Vote, please. Vote, please.
Good morning. This hearing is called to order. I am Commission Vice President Jennifer Fielder. I will be the presiding officer for this hearing. With me today in person are Commissioner Annie Bukacek, Commissioner Randy Pinocci. We have online President of the Commission, James Brown, and also Commissioner Tony O'Donnell. They are attending the hearing remotely. And we have advising the commission at the bench with me today, Commission Attorney Dan Polkel. Commission staff are also present in the room. This hearing is being transcribed by a court reporter with Lasofsky Court Reporting. For the record, the time is 9:02 a.m. The date is Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. The commission and its staff are appearing from Helena, Montana in the Bollinger Room of the Montana Public Service Commission. This is the scheduled public hearing in docket number 2023.08.076 involving the application of Northwestern Energy to update QF-1 tariff rates and terms. I will now take appearances of counsel. Please introduce yourself and who you represent. We will first have the applicant, Northwestern Energy.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Ann Hill on behalf of Northwestern Energy.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Lowell Chandler on behalf of Greenfields Irrigation District and Hydrodynamics Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler.
And good morning, Madam Chairman. Please enter the appearance of Jason Brown for the Montana Consumer Council.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Good morning. I'm Anna Ketchcase from the ULA Law Firm, also on behalf of the QF interveners.
Thank you. All right, recesses will occur at convenient times during the hearing. I will next ask for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Any public comment in the room? Seeing none. Are there any public commenters online? Any public commenters online? Seeing none. Are there any informal questions from the parties before we begin the evidentiary hearing?
Yes, Madam Chair. Northwestern does not oppose the QF interveners motion for administrative notice. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
None from the QF interveners.
And MCC will also not oppose that request for administrative notice.
Thank you. All right, based on the parties' pre-hearing memos, excuse me, if there's no further, we'll move now into the evidentiary hearing. So based on the parties' pre-hearing memos, there are a few items we should address. First, I will note that the commission previously issued Order 7923G permitting Northwestern's employees, Roy Ishkanian, Joseph Steinmetz, and James Williams, who responded to data requests, to be excused from the hearing. Commission also issued Order 7923L permitting Elaine Rich to be excused from the hearing. Next, we will address remote testimony. The commission previously issued Order 7923E permitting QF interveners witness Roger Schiffman to testify remotely. Commission Order 7923L also permitted Northwestern's employee Tom Michelotti to testify remotely on Wednesday, October 30th, 2024 from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Ms. Hill, do you have any updates about Mr. Michelotti's availability or how to pronounce his name correctly?
I believe, Madam Chair, you are correctly pronouncing it, Michelotti, and he is available this afternoon, should we get to him earlier than tomorrow.
Okay. All right, then we will allow Mr. Michelotti to testify when he's available earlier in the proceeding in the order indicated. All right. Let's next address the admission of data responses. The parties have filed pre-hearing memos identifying responses they propose to admit into evidence. Since QF interveners requested a large volume of data responses for admission and did not object to the admission of any data responses, Mr. Chandler, would you like to make a motion to admit all data responses requested for admission in the parties' pre-hearing memos?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move to admit all data requests provided in QF interveners pre-hearing memo.
The commission received timely objections from Northwestern to a number of data requests, which QF interveners just moved to admit. We will address the admission of these data requests one by one. Regarding Northwest NWE 005D, Northwestern objected to admitting that data response. Ms. Hill, will you give the, will you first give you will be given a first opportunity to speak to your objection.
Northwestern has agreed with counsel for interveners to withdraw that objection on that data request.
NWE 005D is not admitted. Excuse me. It's okay. We'll wait to admit at the end. Okay. Ms. Hill, are there others that you would like to withdraw the objection to so we can move through more quickly, or do you? Okay, why don't we go through those first?
Yes, Madam Chair, the parties have consulted and Northwestern withdraws its objection to PSC 15 A and D. Northwestern also withdraws its objection to QFI 5. And I will let Mr. Chandler confirm, but it's my understanding that Mr. Chandler is okay with Northwestern's objection. Therefore, these would not be admitted. NWE 008A, NWE 9, NWE 12, and PSC 24 A and B.
Madam Chair, I'll confirm that that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make sure that we've heard that correctly. So, Ms. Hill, will you please begin again? Northwestern withdraws its objection to
NWE 5D, PSC 15 A and D, QFI 5.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure there's no confusion. We're the PSC 15 A and D, Northwestern's not objecting to that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And QF interveners are waiving NWE 8, 9, and 12.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, are the QF interveners waiving PSC 24 A and B?
Oh, yes, and 24 A and D. Apologies.
Thank you. Just a moment to get our notes in order.
Madam Chair, for clarity, we'll withdraw our objection to all of PSC 15 and not just parse out the subparts.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Okay, let's take up then what's left. QFI 051.
Yes, Madam Chair, we remain objecting to that one. Let me group 51, QFI 51, 69, and 77. All three Northwestern objected to these data requests and did not provide an answer. And so Northwestern objects to all three of these on the same basis that there is no relevance and lack of foundation. We're objecting to just admitting it into the record as an objection. If counsel for the interveners want to lay foundation and get it into the record under evidentiary procedure, that's a different matter than this objection.
Let's take 51 first, QF intervener 051. Mr. Chandler.
Madam Chair, I'm just pulling it up here. We can waive that one as well.
Mr. Chandler, 69 and 77, would you like to speak to those?
If interveners disagree with the reasoning for Northwestern's objection, but at this time, we'll waive any response in terms of the data request itself.
Okay, so QFI 051 is not admitted. QFI 069 is not admitted. QFI 077 is not admitted. Okay, moving on, Ms. Hill, we have QFI 083.
QFI 083 Northwestern objects to admission because this is from another docket. It's not relevant. There's no foundation to admit testimony from another docket. That's hearsay without laying the proper foundation in this docket.
Mr. Chandler.
Madam Chair, so yes, this is from another docket. It's a publicly filed document that's public record with this commission. It meets the public records exception of hearsay. It also meets the business records exception. Northwestern regularly conducts line loss studies. And it's relevant to this case because the amount of line loss on Northwestern system dictates how much capacity it needs to meet ratepayer needs.
Ms. Hill.
Madam Chair, without introducing an exhibit through a witness, it doesn't meet any exception for hearsay. This is basic evidentiary procedure of introducing a witness, introducing an exhibit through a witness that cannot be done just by a motion. So we still object.
Commission finds that data response QFI 083 is relevant to this proceeding and overrules Northwestern's objection. QFI 083 is admitted. We have PSC 003. Ms. Hill.
Madam Chair, this data request is from a different docket as well. Therefore, the counsel for the party would need to lay foundation through a witness to get the evidence admitted into this record. The procedure for admitting data requests in the record only works if the parties agree. There is no foundation for this exhibit to be in this record.
Mr. Chandler.
Madam Chair, again, this is the same witness that's testifying in this matter, Mr. Pellicore. The response is directly relevant to the issues in this proceeding. The application of the net cone concept is at issue here. And what Northwestern says in contemporaneous dockets need to be consistent and matter in this docket. And it's the same witness making this statement. It's a party statement. So I don't believe the hearsay objection is valid.
Ms. Hill.
Apologies. On 5, I would add that the least cost resource, the question of least cost resource is absolutely relevant in this proceeding in terms of capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Ms. Hill?
The QF interveners have not established any foundation or introduced this exhibit through a witness, and therefore it is not admissible.
The commission finds that data response PSC 003 from docket 2024.07072 is not relevant to this proceeding and sustains Northwestern's objection. However, QF interveners are welcome to ask questions of this data response during cross-examination. Ms. Hill, PSC 005.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Northwestern asks that you not admit PSC 005 for the same reasons as PSC 003. It's from another docket. The QF interveners have not established relevance, foundation, and this is hearsay.
Mr. Chandler.
Madam Chair, PSC 5, it goes to an issue directly relevant to this proceeding, the least cost resource in Northwestern's IRP. And again, I mean, this is a statement by a witness that's testifying in this matter. It's a party admission, a statement against interest. And what Northwestern says in other dockets is relevant in this proceeding.
Ms. Hill.
Madam Chair, if it's relevant what a witness said in another docket, then the counsel for the QF interveners will have the opportunity to impeach that witness when the witness is on the stand, but this data request cannot be admitted without witness testimony. Thank you.
The commission finds that data response PSC 005 from docket number 2024.07.072 is not relevant to this proceeding and sustains Northwestern's objection. However, once again, QF interveners are welcome to ask questions about this data response during cross-examination. Mr. Brown, does MCC have any other objections to the admission of data responses per the QF interveners general motion?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hearing none for Mr. Brown, all data requests identified by the parties in their pre-hearing memos that were not the subject of pre-hearing objections are admitted into evidence. Okay. Pertaining to the issue raised earlier, the commission takes administrative notice of all items in QF interveners pre-hearing memo. Okay, next,
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr. Chandler.
if I may, there's another business practice manual that was not included in the list of documents, BPM 103. It's within the Western Resource Adequacy Program documents, and we would move to admit that document as well.
Ms. Hill.
No objection. I believe, is this another administrative notice document?
Yes.
No objection.
Mr. Chandler, can you repeat the name of the document?
Yeah, let me pull up the full name here. So it's the Western Resource Adequacy Program Business Practice Manual 103, Participant Forward Showing Capacity Requirements.
Mr. Brown, any objections?
No objection.
The commission takes administrative notice of the RAP business practice manual. So stated. All right, next, let's move to the process of dealing with confidential information. I will rely on counsel or the parties to notify me when a question or answer may reveal confidential information. We will then pause the hearing to give our staff time to stop the live stream and close the hearing room to anyone who should not be present during the discussion of confidential information. Upon the conclusion of any confidential portions of this hearing, we will again pause to restart the live stream and open the hearing room to the public. Are there any questions from parties about this process?
No, Madam Chair.
No, Madam Chair.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Finally, do the parties have any other formal pre-hearing matters, such as requests for accommodating witnesses, stipulations, or evidentiary motions?
Northwestern has none.
QF interveners have none.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are ready to proceed to opening statements by the parties then.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Northwestern is seeking commission approval to update the rates and terms of its standard tariff that applies to small qualifying facilities, or QFs. Currently, that tariff has one rate that reflects both the payment for energy and the payment for capacity. For the updated tariff, Northwestern proposed to separate the energy and capacity rates, and separating those rates allows Northwestern to have rates for energy that reflect market prices. Specifically, Northwestern proposes the locational marginal price, or LMP, from the Western Energy Imbalance Market, or EIM. Northwestern's witnesses will explain that EIM is a liquid market with competitive prices that reflect Northwestern's avoided cost. Northwestern's witnesses will also explain that using a market rate for energy instead of forecasting a fixed rate best reflects how the value of energy changes over a 20-year contract term. For capacity rates, Northwestern proposes rates consistent with its planning process. Under PURPA, when a utility doesn't have a demand for capacity, the avoided cost rate for capacity is $0. That means that when Northwestern added the Yellowstone County Generating Station to its portfolio and added additional shares of Colstrip to its portfolio, avoided costs went down by adding those resources. Northwestern has lowered its avoided cost of capacity, and that should be reflected in the tariff rates. Maintaining consistency between the calculation of avoided costs and Northwestern's planning process ensures that QFs are treated fairly. In addition to energy and capacity rates, the tariff addresses the cost of network upgrades that might arise when a QF interconnects with Northwestern's system. The parties agree that the commission should apply a proportionality method to allocating the costs that the QF pays. But the parties disagree on how the commission should go about allocating those costs and when you should do it. Northwestern proposes that the commission approve tariff language that allows it to consider the method for allocation after FERC approves Northwestern's new interconnection procedures. Northwestern recommends against the commission rushing forward in this docket before it receives that information from FERC. Again, the goal is consistent treatment of QFs. Finally, in addition to the tariff, Northwestern has proposed standard contract terms for the small QFs to use. These contract terms are informed by over 15 years of Northwestern's practice of contracting with small QFs. In those 15 years, Northwestern's experience has informed it what terms work without disagreement by the parties, what terms aren't necessary or extra, and how to best proceed with the contract. Northwestern's proposal is also consistent with basic contracting principles of holding each party accountable for what they agree to under the contract. With your approval of standard contract forms and updated tariff terms, Northwestern's purchases from small QFs will be reasonably priced and efficiently implemented. We thank you for your consideration of Northwestern's application and testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Would the QF interveners like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Lowell Chandler. I represent QF interveners in this case, Greenfields Irrigation District and Hydrodynamics, two small qualifying facility developers that are based here in Montana. At the outset, I want to note that your role here in this proceeding, this contested case proceeding, it's not to make policy, but rather to sit as a quasi-judicial body. Your role is to act as a neutral arbiter and apply the law to the facts presented. For over 40 years, that law has been PURPA, enacted by Congress and implemented by the Montana legislature in the 1980s through Montana mini-PURPA statutes, with the purpose of furthering two important goals. And these are important for the commission to consider here. Break up utility monopoly power over generation. And two, to diversify and decentralize the energy portfolio. As I noted, those two components of PURPA are important to this case, and important for the commission to keep in mind as it deliberates here, because PURPA-based generation is the only competition that Northwestern has in this state. So in this proceeding, you must decide whether to encourage that competition as PURPA requires, or defer to Northwestern's proposed methodology that will all but eliminate that competition and give Northwestern total control over generation in Montana. My clients, Greenfields Irrigation District and Hydrodynamics, are Montana-based companies. These small QF projects are developers are by and large Montana-based companies that are investing in these projects to help their communities, to help invest in critical repairs to infrastructure. But please keep that in mind, that in this QF-1 proceeding, this isn't a large QF proceeding where there's out-of-state investors. This is by and large Montana-based companies. And in short, the revenue, for example, for the Greenfields projects, if they're able to be built, will serve a goal of avoiding, a catastrophic failure of the irrigation district's infrastructure, similar to that seen along the High Line in St. Mary's. So while QF-1 developers are small, much is at stake here given the impact on QF-1 development based on Northwestern's proposed rates, but also the potential for this case to set precedent for larger QFs. Northwestern knows QFs are their sole generation competitors and understands that QF-1 developers are by and large are small entities with minimal amount of resources. Yet knowing these facts, it's proposed novel rate approaches on both avoided cost of energy and capacity that are highly technical in nature. So technical that it required Northwestern 5 witnesses to explain its position on capacity. And then those same witnesses would refuse to adopt Northwestern's positions as advocated by other witnesses. Simply put, if approved as Northwestern requests, these rates will result in rates that make QF-1 development unfeasible in Montana. And I would caution that this commission that eliminating competition in the marketplace and allowing total control of generation to a monopoly utility like Northwestern will spell disaster for Montana ratepayers who already pay some of the highest rates in the nation and in the region. So I ask this commission closely scrutinize how Northwestern treats itself as compared to QF processes, and to scrutinize whether Northwestern is actually following the methodologies that it alleges it is in this case. Time and time again, this commission has been presented with cases from Northwestern and QF matters that allege energy prices are falling, and that for almost the last decade, it's proposing its next generation resource is an expansion at Dave Gates. Yet unsurprisingly, almost contemporaneously with these proceedings, Northwestern has in its own recent rate cases stated costs are increasing, electricity prices are rising, and that it needed to build an expensive RICE unit in Laurel in order to protect ratepayers from market volatility, even though its IRP recommended an Arrow as the least cost resource. The advocacy here by Northwestern is no different. They request this commission to turn a blind eye to reality and its own statements in other cases in order to quash QF competition. The record here shows that the EIM market is not a valid representation of Northwestern's avoided cost of energy. And on capacity, the record shows that Northwestern used bias inputs to artificially lower capacity payments and create an entirely unrealistic capacity need forecast. And concerningly, throughout this case, QF interveners had to repeatedly drag Northwestern to the table to properly respond to data requests because it was refusing to provide important information and resisting transparency with this commission. QF interveners cannot compete if the playing field is not level. On the PPA side, there's multiple provisions. These provisions add up and they create risk for QFs. They create risk for greenfields to actually move forward towards development because financial backers look at these PPAs and they're concerned by certain provisions, the provisions that we've highlighted throughout this case. So in summary, QF interveners request this commission as the adjudicative body of fair rates under PURPA to scrutinize Northwestern's proposals and ensure that the rates reflect the true avoided costs of Northwestern as required by law and as required to actually incentivize competition with Northwestern. My clients all QFs and Montana ratepayers deserve no less. I thank you for your time and I look forward to this hearing process.
Thank you. Would intervener Montana Consumer Council like to make an opening statement?
MCC waives opening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move to the applicant's case in chief. Ms. Hill, you may proceed with your case in chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Northwestern calls Mr. Damon Pillicori.
Before you sit down, Mr. Pilatori, I'm going to swear in the witnesses. So I would like all witnesses to please stand. Raise your right hand. And I will swear you all in at once. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Affirmation from all witnesses is noted. Thank you. Counsel, if any of your witnesses are not currently present, please notify me at the time your witnesses are called to testify so that I may swear them in before they provide testimony. Ms. Hill, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Pellicori. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Damon Pellicori. Last name is spelled Pellicori.
What is your business address?
208 North Montana Avenue here in Helena.
And who is your employer?
That is Northwestern Energy.
What is your role with Northwestern?
I'm an energy supply analyst.
Did you submit pre-filed testimony in this docket?
I did.
Do you have in front of you today your amended direct testimony filed in this docket on May 8th, 2024?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that amended direct testimony?
Not to the direct, no.
Do you also have in front of you today your amended rebuttal testimony filed in this docket on May 8th, 2024?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do. This is pertaining to Exhibit DAP 11, which was inadvertently filed as a solar PPA, a copy of that. So we're correcting that submission to be the hydro PPA as it should have been. This was previously provided as SIS 16, so it's not a surprise document at all, but it is a correction that needs to be done.
Other than, let me wait a minute and let everyone get that. Mr. Pellicori, other than that correction to DAP 11, if I were to ask you all the questions in your testimony again here today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Madam Chair, I move to admit Mr. Pellicori's amended direct testimony filed on May 8th, 2024 as Exhibit NWE1.
Are there any objections?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. NWE1 is admitted.
I move to admit Mr. Pellicori's amended rebuttal testimony filed on May 8th, 2024 as Exhibit Northwestern 2.
No objection.
No objection.
NWE2 is admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Pellicori.
Morning.
So let's discuss the EIM a bit to start.
Sure.
Is it correct to say that the EIM is for short-term energy imbalance transactions?
That is correct.
So can you please confirm that Northwestern only relies on the EIM for minor purchases to make adjustments to its energy needs?
Well, it's how you define minor. So you can transact large quantities through the EIM as well. So it can be anything from a small amount of megawatts to a larger amount of megawatts, but in general, it wouldn't be for capacity.
But generally, it's on a short-term basis within the hour.
It would be short-term basis, correct?
And is it accurate to say that Northwestern relies on long-term bilateral contracts, not short-term market purchases to meet its, when it's short to meet its needs. Is that right?
That would be a component. Of course, the owned resources are absolutely important to serving our load as well. The
Mis-
goal is not to
Mr.
rely on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pellegria, please move your microphone up so
Sure.
that the record captures it and so that people online can hear. Thank you.
So for long-term needs, it's generally bilateral contracts outside of the owned resources.
That's correct. Bilateral contracts are a more appropriate tool for longer term capacity needs.
And how about for day ahead needs?
Day ahead needs can be, those are usually bilateral as well. Because we don't have a day ahead market right now, like an organized one.
So on that note, would you agree that the EIM is not an established trading hub?
The EIM is an organized market and it allows energy flows between, I think there's 22 participants now. So it's an absolutely large market with a large number of players. I don't call it a singular hub. It's a way to transact across the geographic region of the EIM footprint between a multitude of different entities that are participants.
So can you confirm that Northwestern expects to join a day ahead market in the near future, Markets Plus or EDAM?
I'm actually not sure at this point. It's not what I'm here to represent.
Okay. So subject, do you know who Joe Steinmetz is?
I do.
Do you know what his job title is?
I don't know his exact title. I know his role.
Is it fair to say that he's higher than you in the company?
That's correct.
Is he your boss?
He is not.
Um, Madam Chair, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Note that I'm placing in front of you testimony from Mr. Steinmetz from the docket 2024-05.053, the ongoing rate case.
Thank you. Okay.
Were you able to review page JMS 13?
Yes, I read
Mr.
it.
Steinmetz?
Yes.
So having reviewed that response, does Northwestern intend to join a
It-
future EDAM or Markets Plus in the future?
Objection to the extent he's asking Mr. Pellicore to adopt Mr. Steinmetz's testimony from another docket.
I'm not asking him to adopt Mr. Steinmetz's testimony.
The objection's overruled, but I will ask the witness to answer only to the extent he's able and has firsthand knowledge.
Okay, it's Joe Steinmetz's testimony that Northwestern has an intention to join a day-ahead market. But that choice, which market here, EDAM or Markets Plus, hasn't been made.
And do you have any reason to doubt or disagree with Mr. Steinmetz's
I don't.
testimony?
I don't.
Do you know how soon Northwestern intends to join a day-ahead market?
I don't. No.
Would you agree it could be as early as 2027?
Possibly.
And would you agree that in its efforts to join a day-ahead market, Northwestern's incurring costs towards those efforts today?
Given that I'm really not in the thick of these decisions to join a day-ahead market, I can't speak to the potential costs this time.
But you're aware of the potential, correct?
In general, a system change, a new market change could incur costs, but the magnitude of which and significance of which I can't speak to.
So when Northwestern joins a official day-ahead market, does Northwestern expect that virtually all of its short-term day-ahead purchases and sales that are currently transacted bilaterally would be through those markets?
I can't answer that. I think a portion could, but I don't have the stance here that it would go to the majority or even 100%.
Can you explain the purpose of a day-ahead market, such as EDAM or Markets Plus?
Yeah, a day-ahead market is to firm up capacity shortfalls or surpluses in a more firm way than an energy market would. So a little firmer transaction, a little more certainty, usually higher volume than a short-term energy market.
So during extreme peaks on Northwestern system, using just the January 2024 as an example, did Northwestern transact in the day-ahead market to meet its capacity deficit?
It's my understanding that we did.
And so it's fair to say it did not rely on the minor adjustments by and large through the EIM?
The EIM is not really to cure a capacity shortfall. So I think that that's relatively fair to say.
Okay.
Although there was beneficial energy procured, my understanding, during that cold snap from the EIM, it wouldn't be our sole or only option or goal to procure energy through that for a cold snap.
So in your view, do you believe market risk and volatility is good for Northwestern's ratepayers?
Market risk and volatility, I think, are generally items to minimize rather than maximize for a utility and for its ratepayers.
So you would agree that it's better for Northwestern's ratepayers to have certainty on prices of electricity in general?
In general, yes.
And from a the bilateral contract perspective, electricity prices, would you agree that long-term contracts are generally viewed as a hedge against market volatility?
I wouldn't use the term hedge. I think a longer term transaction subjects one or a utility to less potential volatility.
Can you turn to your response at PSC 007C, data response?
Okay, I'm there.
You see where you mentioned it's about, negative prices in the EIM.
Yes.
Why would Northwestern still participate in the market despite prices being negative?
So it doesn't sound ideal, but there are times when there's a surplus, and if there would be no other options, for example, to turn down another generator, then those are times where a utility could still need to sell into a negative market.
And in your answer there, when you mentioned market, are you referring to the EIM or a different market that Northwestern would transact in?
The EIM.
All right. Let's turn to the net cone. To the extent you're able to answer these, it's a little unclear from my perspective exactly who all is sponsoring what on the net cone. But if you can't answer, just let me know if there's a better witness.
Okay. It would be my preference that net cone questions go to Mr. Olson.
Okay. Let's try these questions, and if you prefer to defer.
Okay.
So in terms of the net revenue amount of the hypothetical Dave Gates facility, did you sponsor that aspect of the net cone?
I didn't produce the calculation for it, if that's what your question's after.
But you provided data responses on the issue?
To the extent that that's part of this entire docket, yes, right? So I, have the PPAs that I'm responsible for, and those have components of the net cone computation in them, but I did not do the net cone computation myself.
Okay. So again, if this isn't right for you, just let me know. So referring to the net revenue amount that Northwestern calculated related to the Dave Gates sales into the market, is that just market sales from Dave Gates when Northwestern is long in a long situation?
I would bounce that question, or refer that question rather to Mr. Olson.
Okay, thank you for that. So let's move into the PPA issues. Can you might, or if you have that, have it up there. That's great.
I don't know what I have, but
Well, can you refer to the exhibit DAP 11, specifically the definition of aggregated facilities?
okay, I'm there.
So how many QF-1 projects does Northwestern have on its system that would be deemed an aggregated facility under Northwestern's definition?
I believe zero. I believe zero.
Are there any proposed QF-1 projects that you're aware of that would fall under this definition?
Not at this time that I'm aware of.
So can you explain why Northwestern would be opposed, assuming that the definition remains, would be opposed to including the clarification regarding where the appropriate points of measurement are?
Well, we just wanted it clarified that it would be per applicable law. So whatever that happened to be, rather than locking in something more specific, which I think you had proposed.
What does according to law mean to you?
I think it would go back to the PURPA interpretation of distance.
And is PURPA always clear?
Not always.
Okay. So you would agree that the phrase inserts ambiguity into a standard offer contract?
Well, that's not the goal, to insert ambiguity.
Are you familiar with FERC's definition regarding the same site rule at 18 CFR 292-204A2, Romanet 2?
I'm sure I've read it. It's been a little while.
Subject to check, would you agree that QF interveners proposed measuring points? The language QF interveners proposed is consistent with that definition?
I don't know. I'd have to reread it.
Would you agree that the intent behind FERC's same site rule is to ensure that QFs do not exceed PURPA's maximum 80 megawatt limitation?
I agree with that. Yes.
All right. Let's go into delay damages. If you could refer to page DAP 13 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So is it fair to say that Northwestern's advocacy for this provision is because it's concerned that the market price for energy could go up in the future?
I don't think that's fair. No.
What is Northwestern's concern with a delay? And why would it require penalties?
Yeah, so a delay causes uncertainty. It affects our planning capability. And especially if there were a number of QFs that had delays, you know, the more these stack up, the larger the impacts, but there's certainly still some impact, even if it's only one. So there's an administrative cost of rehashing your forecasts, and also, if needed, procuring or dispensing with energy on the system. So those would be the ramifications of a delay.
Would you agree that QF-1 projects 3 megawatts or less are pretty small on Northwestern system?
They're small. That's true.
So help me out here. If a project is delayed and for various reasons, what you noted earlier, and correct me if I'm not characterizing this correctly, that Northwestern generally transacts through bilateral contracts to meet its needs. What would Northwestern do a week in advance if it knows a contract's do differently a week in advance that it knows a project will not meet the GCOD, the guaranteed commercial operation date?
Well, it depends. If a week in advance, we have clarity that there is now a shortfall or a surplus, that might relate or translate to slightly different market actions.
And would you agree that missing a guaranteed commercial operation date is never intended by a given facility?
I would hope it wasn't intended.
And is it correct to say that oftentimes missing that date is outside of the control of the facility?
It certainly could be.
Is it correct to say that lead times of critical equipment could impact GCOD timing?
It's possible. I would say that a builder has some role in planning as well, so that not everything's left to chance. So delays, could be a result of improper planning, for example.
How about interconnection facility delays? Would those impact GCOD?
Conceptually, yes.
Construction issues at the site with a third-party contractor?
Those could.
Litigation delays related to the facility?
Yes, there's a number of things that could cause delays.
What date did Northwestern originally plan for the Yellowstone County Generating Station to reach commercial operation or substantial completion, whatever?
I believe it was early in 2024. I don't know the exact date, but early this year.
That was the original proposed substantial completion date? Or is there an earlier one?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to check on that. I'm just aware of the 2020, early 2024 date.
But it's fair to say that it did not reach commercial operation or substantial completion when Northwestern otherwise thought it would have.
It was delayed, correct?
Is it fully completed to date with all generators capable of firing up to their maximum output?
I don't know. I don't get regular status updates on all the generators. That's not really the group that I work in. Frankly, my understanding is it's reached substantial completion. And I see it generating most every day to some extent.
Who
when I look at it.
is there a witness here that would know whether it's,
About all the units or?
yeah, would be able to answer that?
I don't know if there is a better one.
Okay. What factors influence the delays to YCGS?
Yeah, I don't know all the details. There was some litigation, is my understanding, that held it up to a degree. I think there was a contractor delay as well.
Did
Understanding.
lead times on critical equipment?
I don't have, I'm sorry
Oh,
to
it's
cut
okay.
you off. I don't have information about delays based upon lead times.
Understood. Is it fair to say that many of those factors were outside of Northwestern's control that caused the delay?
I think that's fair. I haven't been intimately involved with the building of YCGS and the scheduling and so on and so forth.
Okay. But you would agree that the factors that cause the delay of YCGS are similar factors that QF facilities could face that might cause a delay.
I agree with that.
Due to the delays of the YCGS facility, did Northwestern calculate damages to ratepayers as a result of the delay?
Not that I'm aware of.
is Northwestern going to compensate ratepayers for any damages as a result of the delay?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
Mr. Chandler?
Madam Chair, how Northwestern treats its own generation is relevant to the question in this proceeding and purpose requirements of non-discriminatory treatment of QFs. Northwestern's proposing what we view as a penalty of delay damages, and whether or not it's intending to pay ratepayers the difference between YCGS costs and its market procurement matters to the question.
Ms. Hill?
Madam Chair, Ms. Rich is a revenue requirements witness that worked in finance that can answer questions about Northwestern's cost recovery, and she was excused. We didn't understand that there were going to be questions about Northwestern's revenue requirement. This witness is an expert on long-term resource planning and calculating avoided costs.
Madam Chair, if I may, couple points. Damon, Mr. Pellicori, sorry, is the sponsor of the PPA and this provision. And I'm not asking for specific numbers. And to the extent the witness is unaware of Northwestern's plans and doesn't know, the witness can answer that. But I'm not asking for Mrs. Rich's spreadsheets regarding its plans to compensate ratepayers or not.
Objections overruled and the witness is asked to speak to it to the extent that he can.
Would you like me to ask?
Yes, please.
So did Northwestern calculate damages to ratepayers as a result, or has Northwestern agreed to compensate ratepayers for any damages as a result of YCGS facilities delayed completion date?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, I'm not intimately involved in rate type proceedings, but not that I'm aware of.
All right. Thank you. So we're almost done. Apologies. There's just so many provisions in a PPA, you know? Let's move to GCOD extension, section 5.1.2. And it
Okay.
may be helpful if you have exhibit EAJ2 as well, the QF intervener sponsored PPA, to
Okay.
just review both the language proposed by both parties.
Mr. Chandler, can you please repeat what you're directing the witness to?
Yeah, exhibit EAJ2, it's not in this, it's part of the pre-filed testimony, and it's the PPA sponsored by QF interveners, as well as, yeah, Erling Jewell, yeah.
And which section?
Section 5.1.2.
There we go. Thank you.
Just let me know when you've reviewed, and you can take your time.
Okay.
When you're ready. And just to help make it a little easier, I apologize for not saying this earlier, but we're looking at 5.1.2 Romanet 3.
Okay.
Because I think the parties are in agreement with 1 and 2.
Okay, we can give it a go. I might need to reread it.
Yeah, understood. So I think we sort of touched on this earlier, but would you agree that a project cannot perform its PPA obligations if all of the facilities required for interconnection service are not completed?
Generally, I agree, yeah.
And if a delay to interconnection service completion is outside of the control of an interconnection customer, in this case, a QF-1 project, is it fair to penalize the QF if such delay impacts the GCOD of the facility?
I think we're excluding that penalty on the basis of if it is the transmission provider.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful. Thank you for that. So I'm trying, I guess maybe where I'm a little confused is what is meant by a transmission provider cause delay? That phrase in Northwestern's proposed language.
Well, it certainly isn't specific. It doesn't list what all could fall under there. So, and I don't work on interconnections per se, but I'm assuming that if there was an interconnection issue that was the utility was responsible for, that would fall under there.
And so would you, I guess with that, would you agree it's a little bit of an ambiguous phrase?
It could be interpreted as such. I guess the goal of removing all ambiguity could be a very lofty one, but yes, it's not specific.
And would you agree that QF interveners proposed language is more specific?
There are more details there. I agree with that.
I like details. I get what I'm getting at here is, don't you think it'd be clearer to tie the GCOD extension to being synonymous with when the interconnection facilities are actually completed? Assuming the delay is not on the part of the seller, the interconnection customer?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Wouldn't it be clearer to tie the GCOD extension to the actual completion of the interconnection facilities?
I'm struggling because you're asking about tying the extension to completion, and I kind of view it as a little bit different. If it's not completed yet, then the GCOD extension allows for a certain amount of day-to-day extension. But I'm
Okay.
struggling a little bit with
So-
the connection that you were making.
I mean, maybe we're saying the same thing. I'm not sure. I guess where I have a bit of heartburn is, would you view long lead times for interconnection equipment a transmission provider cause delay?
I apologize, but my role is not really in transmission. So it's tough for me to speak to transmission processes. I don't really have a knowledge of how they plan equipment procurement and lead times. So it's difficult to answer that.
Okay, would you agree that in an interconnection agreement, there's generally an attachment that has the milestones required for completion of the facilities?
I think there is, yes.
Okay. And if those milestones are delayed because there's equipment that missed its delivery date, is that a transmission provider cost delay?
It could be thought of as one. I'll just throw that out there. Again, this is not my realm of expertise. And so whether it's transmission provider caused or the company that we are trying to procure equipment from, I guess maybe the outcome is the same either way. There's a delay.
Okay. So Northwestern would allow for a day-to-day extension if it was a delay to the equipment needed for interconnection service?
Well, as written, if it's a transmission provider caused delay, yes.
Okay. I think there's still some confusion there. Let's move on. I don't know if I was hoping we get some clarity there, but one more question, I suppose. The purpose of these standard offer contracts are to minimize disputes, correct?
We want a streamlined process for the three major types of generation. So streamlining, making things a little easier, correct?
Okay. Let's move to the replacement price and mechanical availability concept. There's a bit of overlap there.
Okay,
Are you,
section 5.5.
so 5.5 is mechanical availability guarantee. And then the replacement price concept is section 8.4 at the very bottom.
Okay,
Let me know when you're comfortable proceeding.
I'm ready.
So Northwestern experiences outages at its own plants, correct?
It does.
And when that occurs, it has to procure replacement power
Well, it
Generally.
depends.
if you're short.
Yes, if we're short, we may need to procure replacement energy.
And the replacement costs are recovered through the PCAM, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Has Northwestern ever had to purchase replacement power due to a QF terminating its project?
I don't know specifically.
Would Northwestern agree to including this future replacement price or this replacement price concept in its own rate recovery proposals?
In what manner?
In the manner of Northwestern paying the positive difference to ratepayers if one of its facilities is terminated, or one of its contracts with a facility, a non-QF facility, is terminated?
No, I don't believe so, because we would be procuring energy to cover that shortfall to make sure that our system stays reliable. And so the concept of a credit, I don't think is what would happen here. We would have some cost of procurement shore up the position.
Okay. So on mechanical availability, how often is one of Colstrip's units down or partly down?
Boy, I don't have outage information. Like any generator, there are times of outages, however.
I assume that's the same answer for Dave Gates and Basin Creek.
It is, yeah. I don't work a lot with outages.
So when there's an outage that affects what Northwestern would otherwise view as the reliable mechanical availability of the resource, does Northwestern discount or provide a credit to ratepayers for the related recovery amounts of those facilities, since they weren't providing capacity when they otherwise should have?
Well, Northwestern's responsibility is to procure energy to keep the system reliable and running. So it's not, if there's an outage, we have to handle that situation to avoid any sort of energy shortfall, which could lead to brownouts or blackouts. So we would be procuring energy and not taking no action while issuing a credit.
Okay. So I guess it's fair to say that this mechanical availability penalty or damages concept is not included in how Northwestern values its own resources and rate recovery of those resources.
Yeah, I mean, these are sort of different concepts, but again, we would have to cure whatever shortfall we had through the market. And it's a little different than a contractual issue where a generator is underperforming.
Okay. Does Northwestern have mechanical availability percentages that it expects of its own generation?
I don't have knowledge of them.
Okay. Let's go to section 6.7 curtailment. Specifically, 6.71 and 6.72.
Okay, I'm there.
Let me know when you've had a chance to review, and it's probably helpful to review both
Sure.
parties.
Okay, I'm ready.
So when a curtailment order is issued, would you agree there's costs related to shutting down a facility?
There could be costs.
And are those costs included in the amount that a QF would have received for compensated curtailment? Or are they in addition to?
Well, so we haven't specified what those costs are. I guess when I agreed to your previous question, conceivably there could be costs, just from my general knowledge of, starting a unit or stopping a unit. And I'm sorry, repeat your question. I'll see if I have a.
I guess, so under compensated curtailment, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, the facility receives payment for what it otherwise would have if it were delivering power. But there are costs associated with shutting down and starting up facilities that are not included in that calculation, in that amount, correct?
There could be, costs, but to what extent, I'm not sure. And in general, if I'm thinking about a smaller QF, a wind or solar, or possibly even a hydro, um, it's different than a thermal unit that's starting and stopping. There's a different magnitude and just different types of costs there. So I'm not denying that there could be some costs, but to what extent they actually are, and if they raise to a level that is significant, I can't vouch for wind, solar, and hydro.
Um, so, couldn't a unlimited, sorry, did you have,
Well, and so the compensated curtailment is supposed to, basically make them whole for a issue that was out of their control.
okay. So since I think we're in agreement that there's costs related to shutting down and starting up a facility, what those specific costs are unknown and largely unknown.
Correct.
But we agree there are costs, is that correct?
Well, again, if they're significant, I can't vouch for.
Okay.
So again, I was thinking back to much larger units in my experience. So I'm not specifically saying that the costs of a QF-1, a wind, solar, or a hydro is going to be significant.
But if Northwestern has an unlimited right to curtail, which is what you're proposing, correct?
For a good reason, if curtailments need to exceed 50 hours, then, and that's to protect the reliability of the system, human life and safety, then yes, we would curtail we're proposing to be able to curtail for more than 50 hours for legitimate purposes.
Okay, so an order of curtailment for a system emergency is basically what you're saying, right?
Sure.
Wouldn't that order be consistent with good utility practice? Doesn't that fall in within the bounds of good utility practice if there's an emergency on the system?
Conceivably.
So what curtailment right beyond system emergencies is Northwestern asking for here?
So I'm not asking for any specifics here other than there are a number of reasons why a plant may need to be curtailed. And that also includes, some other work on a line. So I guess maybe I'll leave it there.
Does Northwestern agree to, I mean, well, let's go back to that. So if you're doing work on a line and you have to issue an order of curtailment, wouldn't that be a decision that's consistent with good utility practice?
It should be.
So why is there disagreement in 7.1? Notwithstanding the 50 hours red line, just focus on the good utility practice line in 6.71 and 6.72. Why is there disagreement to including that language that curtailments must be consistent with good utility practice?
Well, I think it is just mostly sort of a nebulous term. So we preferred this language. We certainly didn't want to be limited to the 50 hours, but this other term is somewhat nebulous, and I think we talked about nebulous terms earlier.
But you would agree that the phrase good utility practice is defined in this PPA?
I believe we do. Yes, correct.
And it sounds like we're in agreement that the various potential curtailments that you've discussed would be consistent with good utility practice, right? I mean,
Again, they should be.
um, does Northwestern agree to curtail projects on its system in a non-discriminatory manner?
That would be the goal.
So QFs wouldn't receive curtailment first during a system emergency or any other reason?
Well, I would tend to think not. I also am not a person that issues curtailment orders. But I would say I would tend to think not. There.
Thanks. So let's go to seasonality of a project, section 7.4.2.
All right, I'm there.
We're nearing the end. Thanks for bearing with me.
No problem.
So would you agree that, well, I'll let you review that. Review the red line suggested by QF interveners in 7.4.2.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
Okay. So would you agree that out of the 10 3 megawatt or less hydro projects currently on Northwestern's system, 3 of those projects are seasonal projects that only run in the summer?
That sounds about right. Yes.
So it's fair to say that the prospect of additional seasonal hydro projects are not something that would be unexpected by Northwestern,
The prospect of additional,
of having additional QF-1 seasonal hydro projects. It's not out of the ordinary.
it's not inconceivable. I think we wrote this PPA as sort of a standard PPA, not necessarily for seasonal only. So that would be a point that I would make. Why seasonality isn't captured here.
But you would agree that the language is contingent and only triggered if the given project is seasonal? That the language that QF interveners are suggesting?
What section specifically?
7.4.2, starting with if the facility is seasonal.
Okay. Okay, and can you repeat your question again, please?
I'm forgetting what I just said. Um, yeah, thanks, Sam. Do you believe that language is contingent? It's only triggered if project seeking a contract is seasonal?
Yes, that sentence in the intervener's PPA version, it says if the facility is seasonal.
And again, a primary point of standard offer PPAs is to minimize disputes.
Well, we're not trying to capture every type or version of generator. We are really with these 3 PPAs, standard, full annual production type PPAs. That's what the goal was here.
Okay. All right, last one. Well, maybe a couple more, but for last one on the PPA, let's go to force majeure. Love that word. Majeure. Section 14. Uh, 14.5 specifically, or 14.1 to start. And specifically the QF interveners requests for the inclusion of the word drought.
Okay, I'm there.
So if drought, as I understand your testimony, you're concerned that it's an ambiguous phrase, the word drought, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if drought were defined consistent with the flows of whatever water body a given QF is on, QF hydro is on, would Northwestern be opposed to the inclusion of the term here?
I think so. Because there are a number of reasons why a river or a water conveyance structure could have low flows, and they may not be related to actual drought. For example, they could be related to withdrawals that are in excess of, or just a pure example, a water right limit. And so just defining a flow alone, I do not believe is enough to define drought.
So a definition, you wouldn't be opposed if the definition also included water rights considerations.
Well, I'm saying that is water rights, other withdrawals for whatever reason are a reason why a river system could be running flow, which could have nothing to do with the actual water year, the precipitation that fell that year.
So Northwestern owns several dams in the state, correct?
Correct.
And is Northwestern's own dams affected by senior water users?
I would assume so.
How about when we're in a state proclaimed drought situation? Or an official drought as proclaimed by the relevant state agency.
Official drought and water usage can have an impact on river flows.
And Northwestern's generation of its output of its dams. Correct?
That's probable.
Let's go to 14.5. Limitation of the effect of force majeure.
Okay.
And again, it'd be helpful for you to read QF intervener's suggested language.
Okay.
So would you agree that including the phrases having an industry-wide impact as well as critical long lead time and including a requirement of timely mitigation is narrowly tailors the applicability of the QF interveners additional language?
Well, not necessarily, because it comes back to what is an industry-wide impact? And what have the actions been of the QF-1 to potentially mitigate such impacts?
Okay. So if we were to, if the standard contract includes a definition of industry-wide impact, Northwestern would be okay with this concept?
We do like our definition as is. We could certainly look at some other options.
So if this concept proposed by QF interveners is not included, do you agree that the PPA allows for termination of the agreement, regardless of where the facility is at in its construction phases?
It does say Northwestern may terminate if seller fails to remedy seller's failure to perform within 180 days.
And we touched on this earlier, but delays due to industry-wide impacts, long lead time on equipment are largely outside of the control of Northwestern or the QF, of any development facility. Is that still accurate?
I think that's accurate, yes.
So despite a QF attempting to mitigate these delays to critical equipment, Northwestern still wants to retain the right to terminate the contract within 180 days of the force majeure event?
Well, I guess emphasis on the word may, right? It doesn't mean it's an absolute. But as written, it says may terminate if not resolved within 180 days.
Provides some comfort, but I would prefer it be clear. Okay. Last couple questions. And sorry, we're gonna jump back to the net cone issue. We're done with the PPA, so all the room can celebrate. So who are you? Just let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I think I'm ready.
Who did the net cone computation?
That would be Arnie Olson,
Okay.
Mr. Olson.
And does Mr. Olson work for Northwestern?
He is not directly employed. He's a contractor.
Okay. The EIM price is based on a local nodal price. Is that right? What Northwestern's suggesting here?
That's right.
And is a single LMP node considered to be a trading hub?
Not a trading hub, but a source of settlement, a place of settlement for a generator, for example.
But there's not like active trading happening by Northwestern at a single LMP node, right?
No, it's a pricing construct.
Okay. And then this is goes back to delay damages as well as long-term needs of Northwestern. How did Northwestern, I'm sorry to jump around here, but did Northwestern's delay of the YCGS project completion date impact your ability to forecast long-term needs? Or Northwestern's ability?
To some extent, we did have projected dates and we moved those out with better projections.
But in the interim, due to the delay, you just relied on the market primarily or bilateral contracts to shore up?
If needed, then we would have, yeah, we would have purchased energy if we were short.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, before we move on to further cross-examination and give Mr. Brown and the commission their opportunity, we'll go into recess. We will take a 10-minute recess. For the record, the time is 10:49 a.m. and we will resume the hearing at, say, 10:50 a.m. We are now off the record. We are back on the record. The time is 11:01 a.m. and we will now resume the hearing with an opportunity for Mr. Brown to cross-examine the witness, Pellicori. Mr. Brown?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Commissioners, are there any questions from commissioners for this witness regarding
Yes.
his
Yes.
testimony?
Madam President.
Mr.
Hello,
excuse me,
this is
Commissioner
Commissioner
O'Donnell.
O'Donnell.
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell. please
Yeah,
go.
my screen just timed out, so I'm do this from memory. Mr. Pellicori, in your rebuttal testimony, and it was touched upon in terms of the drought usage on there. I'm curious as to why there would be a lack of coming together on the use of that term. We're talking about hydroelectric facilities and lack of water. I think the question to you was if an official drought was declared by whatever agency. It just seems to me that's a curious thing to leave that word out, because it would directly affect hydro facilities against to the exclusion of all other renewable sources. Can you comment on why there's a disagreement on that?
Sure. The QF-1 PPA version just introduced one word, drought, and it didn't specify who would define it, how it would be defined, any of those other details. And so Northwestern would not want ambiguity around what is a drought. Is it a real drought, or is a QF potentially using that term to justify lower production output? So because it was one singular word, it simply wasn't enough to accept.
Well, that's understandable. Being that the drought does directly impact hydroelectric facilities, does the company have any appetite for clarifying the term, including it, but with a definition?
I wouldn't rule out that possibility.
Okay, it just didn't seem to me like, from what I was reading, that the company had an appetite for doing that, that it was excluding that, and that was a closed door type of state position from the company. But thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Bukacek?
Yes, this is a question regarding the QF intervener's red line version of QF-1. It'd be somewhere around 5.45 and 5.5. And you were asked about the factors that delayed YCGS completion, and you said they were similar to factors that may delay Montana QF project completion.
Commissioner Bukacek, would you please slow down for the recorder?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do I need to repeat anything? All right. So as far, you spoke about litigation held up YCGS. Do you know what percentage? I realize this probably isn't the best question for you, but to the best of your knowledge, what percentage of the holdup with YCGS was litigation?
I'm sorry, I actually don't know that.
Okay. Do you know if there's been litigation holdups for QFs? Are you familiar with any?
I'm not familiar with specific litigation with QFs, no.
Do you think any of the Northwestern testifiers could help me with that?
I'm not sure. To talk about specific QF-1 litigation, I don't think we have somebody that could.
It seems important because of the line of questioning. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, are there questions from any other commissioners? Seeing none, we will move on to questions from commission staff.
Good morning.
Mr. Polko.
Morning, Mr. Pellicore.
Morning.
I have a few questions for you, primarily on similar line of questioning as about the contracts. So if you could just have EAJ2 before you and DAP 11 before you, that'd be most helpful.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Okay, I have both.
Perfect. Thank you. Since it's been the topic of conversation, let's just start with the word drought. Would you agree that there are different types of droughts?
There could be differences in severity in droughts.
Would the type of drought make a difference to whether, in your opinion, a drought constitutes a force majeure?
It potentially could, yes.
Would you agree that maybe some types of droughts, such as a severe drought, would cause a force majeure, especially for a hydro project? For example, if there was a drought that created conditions where there was no water moving through the hydro project, would those conditions constitute a force majeure?
Conceivably, it could. A severe drought could, like you said, and one that is related to a lack of precipitation, rain or snowpack that year.
And in your opinion, in that situation where there's, say, a severe drought and nothing's moving through, would that be covered by the provision in section 14.1 of DAP 11 that states the force majeure is there is a force majeure if there's similar cataclysmic occurrences or other unusual natural calamities?
Yes, I think it would.
All right, and now we'll move on to the comparison between EAJ 2 and DAP 11. In EAJ 2 on page 8 of that, in section 3.4 labeled construction of facility, QF interveners made red line edits, correct?
Yes, they did.
In DAP 11 on page 8, you did not incorporate those edits, correct?
We did not.
And why not?
I think we just didn't believe it was necessary there as a additional item.
Great. In EAJ 2 on page 9 in section 3.6 labeled maximum output, QF interveners made several red line edits, correct?
They did.
In DAP 11 on pages 9 and 10, you did not incorporate those edits, correct?
I'm sorry, we're talking about 3.6?
Correct.
Okay. That's right. We did not accept those.
And why not?
Right. So we struck that seller is not entering into the agreement in contravention of the 3 megawatt limit, just to paraphrase there. And we thought that it was important to keep that in there to avoid, maybe an overbuild or just an improper type of QF-1 build scenario.
Would you agree, though, that no QF project over 3 megawatts would qualify for the contract or the tariff rate by definition?
That's fair, yes.
In EAJ2 on pages 10 and 11 in section 4.3 labeled transmission service network upgrades, QF interveners made several red line edits, correct?
They did, yes.
In DAP 11 on pages 10 and 11, you did not incorporate those edits, correct?
That is correct.
And why not?
I'll just say we didn't think they were necessary in our standard form here. That they were, again, just not needed.
Thank you. In EAJ2 on pages 11 and 12, in section 5.1.2, QF interveners made red line edits, correct?
They did indeed, yes.
Apologies, I believe we already talked about this one. I will move on from that question. In EAJ2 on page 15 in section 6.5 labeled telemetry, QF interveners made red line edits, correct?
Yes, they did.
In DAP 11 on page 14, you did not incorporate those edits, correct?
That is right.
And why not?
We are more comfortable with our standard form language here. So they had proposed monitor instead of access power production data. There may not be a significant difference between the two, but we do need access to production data. So we're just familiar, comfortable with the language we use rather than adopting this change that simply says monitors.
Is the
Madam Chair, if I may, where are we in the PPA? What section?
That's fair.
Apologies.
We're at 6.5 of your proposed amendment.
to clarify, you said that the term or the terms allows Northwestern to access is used standardly across PPAs that Northwestern contracts with resources?
I believe so. I believe that is our standard language. Yeah, and their proposal, it wasn't clear that we would have the same, access to the data that we need. Because it says that the seller shall install equipment that monitors power production data, and that's different than what we're saying, which is allows Northwestern to access power production data. So there's a difference there, I think is significant.
Thank you. In EAJ2 on page 19, QF interveners made redline edits, deleting portions of section 8.1.2 Romanet IV, correct?
Yes.
In DAP 11 on page 18, you did not incorporate those edits, correct?
That's correct.
And why not?
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong area here. So as I compare these two, really the only difference is in the QF-1 proposal was to strike a breach of the representation and warranty set forth in 3.7. And we did not agree to striking that. So I think this is just, our PPA is just a little bit stronger to hold them to performance and not allow for breach.
Thank you. Continuing on in EAJ2 on page 22, QF interveners made red line edits to in section 9.5.2. I believe by addition in that case, correct?
Yes.
In DAP 11 on page 21, you did not incorporate those edits, correct?
That's correct.
And why not?
Well, so what they had proposed to add is pretty open-ended. Nothing in the sentence limits seller's right to claim profits, so on and so forth. Just from sales of energy or environmental attributes associated. So it is, again, this is our standard language, which is our preference. It is what they had proposed to add is just more open-ended and I think less, I guess, less defined.
On to the next provision. In EAJ2 on page 22 and 23, QF interveners made red line edits by adding section 9.5.3, I believe, which does not exist in DAP 11.
Okay.
And would you agree that that section talks about each party using commercially reasonable efforts to mitigate damages?
Yes, it does.
And again, you did not incorporate the addition of section 9.5.3, correct?
That is correct.
And why not?
Yeah. Again, just our standard PPA doesn't have it in there. We didn't feel it was necessary to include.
I have a few more questions, but do you have exhibits DAP 9 and DAP 10?
I should. Okay. Okay, I have them both.
Perfect. And DAP 10 is the exhibit concerning the standard form QF-1 PPA for solar projects, correct?
Yes.
And DAP 10 is the exhibit concerning the standard form QF-1 PPA for wind projects, correct?
It is, yes.
And you can view both of them together. On page 4 of both of those exhibits, DAP 10 and DAP 9, there's a definition of guaranteed commercial operation date. Do you see that?
Yes.
In both DAP 9 and DAP 10, under the definition of guaranteed commercial operation date, it states that the development period cannot exceed 15 months, correct?
Correct.
Turning partially to your rebuttal testimony, but keep those exhibits in front of you. On page 15 of your rebuttal testimony, you stated that hydro projects should have 24 months as a development period, correct?
I did, yes.
Why does development take longer for hydro projects than wind or solar projects?
Well, it doesn't have to necessarily, but in general, there's a difference in complexity there. Solar can be thought of as more plug and play in some ways, the panels and the racking and so on. Wind is sort of modular. There's more complexity with hydro, so we did allow for a longer development time. We have also seen successful wind and solar projects completed within 15 months as well.
Has Northwestern built any solar projects?
We have a few solar QFs, and I think we have a demo site or two, which may be defunct. Don't hold me to it.
Based on your knowledge of the Northwestern's development of solar projects, does it typically take less than 15 months to develop a project for Northwestern or solar project for Northwestern?
I don't have a lot of knowledge about the development timelines. I think, again, we have evidence that other entities have been able to build within 15 months. So it's possible that could be on a slightly accelerated schedule as well.
And I believe in QF data request QF-1 044, you provided approximately 7 PPAs concerning projects with around a 15-month guaranteed commercial operation date.
Yes.
To your knowledge, is there any projects that have exceeded that 15-month operation date or guaranteed commercial operation date?
I'm not sure at this time. I'm not sure.
Has Northwestern built any wind projects?
I don't believe we have built any. We have wind projects in our portfolio and a stake in a wind entity, wind project.
And beyond the contracts that you provided along with your answer in QF-1 044 for wind, are you familiar with any wind projects that have had a guaranteed commercial operation date longer than 15 months?
Not specifically familiar, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Does any party wish to recross the witness following commission and staff questions?
We're okay at this time. Thank you.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Hill, would you like to redirect?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pellicore, do you know the differences between a trading hub and LMP pricing?
A trading hub is more of a centralized, for example, like a mid-C hub, where all manner of longer-term deals go through, more likely to be capacity deals than energy type deals. An EIM market is more likely to have, or is constructed exactly for moving energy type transactions.
For LMP pricing, does Northwestern bid resources into EIM?
We can.
And does that happen in a trading hub?
I wouldn't call it a trading hub. I would call it a market.
So is that a difference between EIM and a trading hub?
Yeah, I would call it a difference. The trading hub is one defined place where energy is moving through. And the EIM has, in this case, we're talking about the Western EIM, 22 different players with a number of buyers and sellers that can move energy to and from each other across a wide geographic area, not pinned to just one trading hub like the Mid-C is.
So you just said there are over 20 participants in EIM.
Correct.
How many generators are there?
Likely hundreds.
Does this testimony support a conclusion that EIM is a liquid market?
It does.
You could turn to Mr. Jules Exhibit 2, which is the proposed PPA you've been talking about. And if you could turn to section 5.1.2.
All right.
The last the last sentence of section 5.1.2, it says, except to the extent any delay incurred by the transmission provider arises out of the results from an act or omission of the seller. Does the contract list all the possible acts or omissions by the seller?
It certainly does not. Very open-ended.
And Mr. Staff Attorney asked you to agree whether QFs over 3 megawatts, QFs over 3 megawatts don't qualify for the QF-1 tariff we're talking about today, right?
That's correct.
Is it possible that a dispute could arise if a QF facility 3 megawatts in size signs a 20-year contract and then expands the size of its facility?
I could see that potentially leading to a conflict.
And could Northwestern and that QF possibly dispute whether the QF continues to get paid the tariff rate?
Yes, it could.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pellicore. I temporarily excuse this witness.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill, do you have any further witnesses for your case in chief?
Yes, Madam Chair, Northwestern calls Mr. Arnie Olson. Good morning, Mr. Olson. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for the record? You'll need to hit the button.
Yes, my name is Arnie Olson, Arneolson.
And what is your business address?
It's 44 Montgomery Street, Suite 1500, San Francisco, California, 94104.
Who is your employer?
My employer is Energy and Environmental Economics.
What is your role with that company?
I am a senior partner.
Did you submit pre-filed testimony in this docket?
I did.
Do you have in front of you today your amended direct testimony filed in this docket on May 8th, 2024?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that amended direct testimony?
I do have one set of corrections. On page AO37 on line 20, there are a couple of references to cells in a spreadsheet. So where it says cell Q14, it should be replaced with cell AC14. And where it says cell Q15, should be replaced with cell AC15.
Do you have in front of you today your amended rebuttal testimony filed in this docket on May 8th, 2024?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
For all of these testimonies, if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Chair, I move for admission of Mr. Olson's amended direct testimony as Exhibit NWE3.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. NWE 3 is admitted.
And also move for admission Mr. Olson's rebuttal testimony as Exhibit NWE4.
No objection.
No objection.
NWE 4 is admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Okay.
Morning, Mr. Olson.
Good morning.
My name's Anna Ketchkaish. I had a few questions to start off with in regards to kind of the background of your testimony. So you filed your amended direct testimony after Steve Schmidt left Northwestern in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you adopted some of Steve Schmidt's previous testimony about Northwestern's position on capacity?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and as I understand it, Northwestern's witnesses, Damon Pellicory, who we just heard from, and Matt Stitzer adopted other portions of Steve Schmidt's previous testimony on the capacity. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you provided the response to data requests QFI 80 and QFI 82?
yes.
Okay. Is it a fair summary of those responses, of your responses, to say that you're introducing and providing general support for Northwestern's proposed capacity methodology and proposal?
Well, I'm providing both general information about the methodology, but then I'm also supporting Mr. Schmidt's calculations of the specific avoided costs.
Okay. And it's also fair to say that you are specifically not adopting Northwestern's position and analysis on their need for capacity.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you review the capacity position and specifically Northwestern's need for capacity from Mr. Schmidt's previous testimony?
The capacity positions that were provided are an element of the calculations. And so I have them in the spreadsheet that produces the numbers, but those were inputs to the spreadsheet that were provided by other Northwestern witnesses. So they're not part of my testimony.
Understood, but did you review them?
I did review them, yes.
Okay. And are you in agreement with them?
It's not part of my testimony as to whether or not those specific capacity positions are correct.
I realize that it's not included in your testimony because I read the responses to QFI 80 and 82. But if you reviewed the calculations, the previous calculations in Mr. Schmidt's testimony, did you agree with Northwestern's forecasted capacity needs?
Objection asked and answered, and his response is also explained in the response to QFI 80A.
Madam Chair. I don't believe the question actually was asked and answered. The witness told me that it was not part of his testimony. I asked if he agreed with what he reviewed.
I will allow the question overrule the objection. And Ms. Keshkev, could you please move your microphone up closer and be careful not to trail away from it when you're speaking? Sure. Thank you.
Could you restate the question, please?
Sure. No, that's probably a good idea for everybody. I apologize if my voice is going out. Okay. So I asked if you reviewed is this better? Ish. Okay. I asked if you reviewed I understand that you are not sponsoring them, but if you reviewed the calculations from Mr. Schmidt's previous testimony about Northwestern's capacity position.
I did review them, yes.
Okay. And then my next question is, did you agree with them?
I'll put it this way. I don't have any reason to doubt their correctness. I reviewed the methodology that the company used, determined them. I didn't review the specific calculations that they used to come up with those numbers on a month-to-month basis going forward.
Okay. So in the decision to adopt some of Steve Schmidt's previous testimony, why did you not adopt that particular part of his position?
Because there was another Northwestern witness that was sponsoring that portion of the testimony. So there didn't need to be any overlap between who was responsible for which portion.
Okay. And so going into your background a little bit, you mentioned that this is the first time that you've testified in front of this commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you've offered testimony before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so I guess welcome.
Thank you.
And so I'm looking at page A02 of your testimony and, excuse me, your amended direct testimony.
Yes.
Okay. And in general, or I guess I'm specifically looking at line 14 and you say, I'm an expert in integrated resource planning and renewable energy project valuation and have supported numerous utility and state agency clients in their efforts related to IRP, resource procurement, bid evaluation, distributed energy resource valuation.
Yes.
So in general, you have been consulting with Northwestern, but you also have worked quite a bit in the Western region of the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in general, what are the utilities in the Western region doing in regards to coal and renewable expansion?
In general, what are they doing with regard to coal?
We can start with that one.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so as a general practice, many of the coal facilities in the region are aging and reaching their planned retirement dates. And so many of them are being retired. Some of them are being retired early, particularly in cases where there is state policy that supports or perhaps requires that decision. And with regard to renewable energy, that's one of the resources that utilities across the West are procuring.
Okay. Have you seen an increased penetration in renewable energy?
Yes.
Are you aware of other utilities in this Western region that are expanding their coal operations?
It's going through the list of utilities in
Sure, no,
Vermont.
take the time you need.
I mean, I guess I would say that as certain coal stations start to age out and as certain utilities start to wind down their positions in them, we have seen examples of cases where ownership has been consolidated under a single entity. And so there may have been cases where a utility might have temporarily increased its total usage of coal as part of that sort of consolidation of ownership of the coal station.
Right. And I guess to clarify, did you say when we're looking at those plants winding down or reaching their retirement age, we sometimes see that consolidation?
I would say, I did say that. I would clarify that we've seen it in instances where individual owners, many of the coal plants have multiple owners. And some of the utilities have wanted to wind down their positions in a coal station while others didn't want to. And so in those instances, we've seen cases where entities like, for example, the California utilities would have sold their positions in coal stations to utilities in Arizona or New Mexico, so that the Arizona or New Mexico utilities would have seen an increase in their coal share as the ownership of those stations was consolidated.
Sure, understood. But in a more general fashion, is anyone building new coal facilities?
No, there are no new coal facilities under construction.
Okay. And in general, why is that? Or why do you think that is?
Well, there are a great many reasons why. The economics of new coal are less favorable than the economics of the other resources that are available, be they wind or solar or natural gas. There also are increasingly stringent environmental regulations on coal stations that coming out of the federal EPA that make it more expensive to construct and operate those facilities.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so I'm moving on to the avoided cost methodology. So can you turn with me to page A011 of your amended direct testimony? Okay, sorry. So I'm reading the last paragraph and this is beginning at line 18. And so this is your statement, correct? A risk of the market-based pricing method is that market-based energy pricing only reflects the short-run value of energy delivered at the particular moment of generation, not the long-term value of avoided energy. Although this risk is substantially mitigated if market-based pricing is also used for capacity. Is that your, did I accurately read your statement?
Yes.
Okay. And so I have a question on what you're referring to. What are some of the aspects of the long-term value of avoided energy? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say here is that this is kind of paraphrasing and summarizing the information that's in exhibits AO2 and AO3, which are some industry publications about that describe and go into some of the pros and cons of the various methods. And in the interest of completeness, as I went through each of the 5 different methods of doing avoided cost calculations, I was attempting to, do justice to how each of these sources described the benefits and risks of each method.
Sure, but what are some of the risks that you talk about and that we're missing the long-term value of some of that energy that is priced at market pricing? So I'm asking what you're referring to when you say market-based energy pricing only reflects the short-run value of energy delivered at the particular moment of generation and not the long-term value of avoided energy. What are some of the long-term benefits of avoided energy that you're referring to in here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to understand that, you have to understand generally how energy is traded as opposed to capacity. And I guess the first thing I'll note here is that starting on line 21, the clause that this risk is substantially mitigated if market-based pricing is also used for capacity. In general, capacity is something that utilities buy forward, sometimes well forward. And energy is generally something that they buy in short-term markets and make decisions within the context of a short-term market as to how to deploy the resources that they have at their disposal, whether they're their own resources or contracted resources. So generally capacity, long-term forward, energy, short-term, wholesale market. Utilities may also elect to do forward purchases or sales of energy products that could be, day ahead, they could be month ahead or quarter ahead or year ahead, or maybe even very long-term contracts. And they may do that if they perceive there to be value in those long-term contracts. For example, if the price of those contracts was below their projected market price, they might expect there to be a benefit for engaging in that transaction. Or even if it was close to, they might find a hedging value, some value in having that those fixed price contracts in their portfolio.
So maybe an example of, maybe I'll try to give an example of something that I thought of as a long-term benefit. And we'll see if you agree with me, could be, right, if we're talking about avoided cost of energy. So if a source of generation is built, you at least have or in a QF context, right? If this source of generation is built, you have a fixed energy price, or you could theoretically, that the utility knows that it's going to pay for that price for the life of the contract. Is that correct?
Yeah, so certainly in some jurisdictions, QF pricing is fixed for a long period of time. That's one way that QF tariffs can be established. I would draw a distinction between the long-term pricing that's embedded in a QF tariff as compared to a contract that a utility might sign voluntarily. So a utility might engage in forward hedging if it perceives the benefits of that, subject to commission, of course, regulation, if it perceives the benefits of that activity to its ratepayers as exceeding the costs. It does that with a whole portfolio of instruments. It might have physical long-term contracts with generation. It might have sort of forward purchases of fuel. It might have just purely financial instruments, swaps and trades and those sorts of things. They engage in all those activities as part of a hedging plan, and hedging plans are often approved or at least reviewed by a commission. So these are all actions that a utility takes voluntarily with regard to a well-established hedging plan. A QF contract is different from that in the sense that it's a put option that's held by the QF developer. The QF developer, it's a tariff that's in place for a potentially a long period of time that any developer can take advantage of to force the utility to take that energy at the prices that are established in the tariff. And the utility doesn't have a choice then as to whether or not to accept that energy at that price. Once the tariff is established, it has an obligation to purchase energy at that price, whether or not it's consistent with its hedging plan, whether or not it's that fixed price contract provides a benefit to its ratepayers relative to the forward price of energy. So I think the optionality of it, because it sits with the developer and not with the utility, it adds risk to the utility portfolio rather than mitigates it.
Understood. Okay, and then I'm looking at page AO 15 of your amended direct testimony. And so you state at line 12, you're referring, I assume, to these Western utilities. And you say during the times of deficiency, they use proxy method to also capture avoided fixed costs. Is that correct?
Yes, so this is specifically referring to the examples of Portland General Electric Company in Oregon and Pacific Corp in Oregon, and Pacific Corp also in Utah and Wyoming. So they have tariffs where their method is different during times of sufficiency versus times of deficiency. So as it says, and if they're sufficient, then they use what's called the DRR method, or the differential revenue requirement method. And when they're in deficiency, they use a different method, the proxy method. And this refers to the 5 different methods that I outlined in the testimony as accepted methods for doing avoided cost calculations.
And you're not recommending the use of the proxy method in this case, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. In my opinion, the proxy method was a convenient method. Let's say 10 or 15 years ago, when the avoided resource for most utilities was a combined cycle gas plant. And that was a plant that provided both energy and capacity. And so if you could just take, the capacity, the whole cost of that plant, all the fixed costs for capacity and all the variable costs for energy, and that would be a good proxy for a cost that a utility would avoid. So we're really not in a position now where the combined cycle is the resource of choice going forward. It's not at least a clear one. The existence now of wholesale energy markets, liquid wholesale markets, as we've talked about with the EIM, means that utility can go out to a liquid market and buy energy from the market. So from an energy perspective, it's really the market is it's more appropriate valuation of its avoided energy costs. And then for capacity, most utilities are building peakers rather than combined cycle units. And so just given the way that the industry has evolved, in my opinion, the peaker method is the more accurate and appropriate one to apply, especially in this case.
Okay, and so, the question that I actually asked you was just, you're not recommending the proxy methodology, right?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
Okay. And so then I'm looking at page AO 26 of your amended direct testimony. And at line 16, you say, excuse me, I'm not convinced it is important for Northwestern at this time, given its significant capacity deficit. So it is your opinion that Northwestern has a significant capacity deficit at this time?
I mean, it has a deficit during certain periods, and I think it was after I wrote the original statement that the company has signed some additional contracts, and so I think its position has changed a bit over the course of this when I was involved in this proceeding.
When did you file this direct amended testimony?
I don't
May
recall the
8th?
exact date.
Does May 8th,
That's probably-
2024 sound familiar to you?
Probably about right.
Okay, subject to check. Would you agree with me that it was May 8th?
Subject to check.
Okay. And you were also a witness. I realize this case didn't go to hearing, but you were a witness and you submitted testimony in the docket 2021.02.022. Is that correct? We probably referred to it as the capacity acquisition docket.
Subject to check, yes.
I guess what part is subject to check?
The docket number specifically.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. And did your testimony in that case involve talking about Northwestern's capacity deficit?
No, my testimony in that case is related to the capacity contribution from specific resource types.
Okay, sorry, I was just gathering my notes a little bit. Madam Chair, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't have additional copies of this because I didn't think we were going to go into this. But Mr. Olson, can you identify what is the cover page of the document that you're looking at?
Pre-filed direct testimony of Arnie Olson on behalf of Northwestern Energy and docket number 2021.02.022.
Okay,
Madam Chairman, I'm just going to object because I understood the procedural order said that you needed to provide copies if you're going to ask questions about a document.
It's Keshkev.
education.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we take a break 1 second? I don't intend to move this document into admission. I simply wanted to ask the witness questions about it. But I understand we certainly want everyone to be able to see it. I can bring it up on a laptop so that we can project it for everyone to see what I'm actually looking at and what the witness is looking at. I certainly understand that concern.
Ms. Hill, would that satisfy your concern?
Yes, Madam Chair, if that satisfies the commission.
Okay, we'll take a short recess here, 5 minutes. Do you need 5 minutes or
That should be
less?
more than adequate. Thanks.
Okay, we'll be off the record for 5 minutes. The time is now 11:55. We will be back on at 12 p.m.
It's been warm. It's our summer in October. Yeah. Yeah, there's less fog in October. Less fog coming off the ocean. Yeah. I'm on the fog side. I'm 3 miles from the beach. The closer you get to the beach, the colder it gets. It's a little weird. It's the only place I'm aware of where where the real estate gets cheaper the closer you get to the beach. It does, because it just gets colder and colder. No, it's not cheap.
We are back on the record. The time is 12:06 PM and now resume the hearing.
Okay. And thanks to Northwestern for pulling that up.
You have your
So
hand.
thanks to Northwestern for pulling that up. So, Mr. Olson, would you agree with what's in front of you as your pre-filed direct testimony in the capacity acquisition docket?
Yes,
Okay, and you wrote that testimony, did you?
yes,
And I am looking at page AO 23 of your of that testimony.
yes.
Okay. And do you have a line on there? I can't see the line markings, but it's in there, and I think it's highlighted on the version that you have, that Northwestern has a capacity deficit of 555 megawatts. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this was the calculation that Northwestern did at the time in 2021 of its capacity deficit, which was described in the testimony of Dr. Fitzfleischman.
Sure, but we're looking at your, sure, okay. And then we've established, again, in this case, you stated that Northwestern has a significant capacity deficit in this current case, correct?
Again, it's not my testimony in this case doesn't address the specifics of whether or not Northwestern is capacity long or short at each of the given times that are used in the calculation.
I understand that you're not adopting Northwestern's capacity need position in this case. But on AO 26 of your amended direct testimony in this case, you state that I am not convinced it is important for Northwestern at this time, given its significant capacity deficit. So is it your opinion that Northwestern has a significant capacity deficit?
I mean, this is really just a general statement related to the selection of a 50 megawatt combustion turbine unit versus a 150 megawatt combustion turbine unit for the purpose of establishing the avoided capacity costs. So it's not meant to be a definitive statement about the size of its capacity deficit. Its capacity deficit, again, is established in the testimony of, I believe it's Mr. Steitzer, in all of its specificity. So I would say that testimony is a much more definitive statement about the size of their capacity deficits and surpluses at various times than this very general statement here.
Sure, but we could agree that it's a general statement that you made.
It's a general statement that I make. Really, this was probably, it's a bit of a parenthetical. It's more in reference to the position that Northwestern has had over the previous years, since which time it's taken some steps to address through various specific power plant construction and other contracts.
Okay, so let's turn next to AO 34 of your testimony.
I'm there.
All right, cool. So I'm looking at line 10. And it says it should be noted that because there are no interconnection or network upgrade costs at DGGS, And DGGS stands for Dave Gates Generating Station. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then it goes on to say, I did not include any amount for these costs. See the direct testimony of Autumn Muller. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you point me to where in Ms. Muller's testimony she states that there are no network or interconnection costs associated with the build out of DGGS? And you may not have Autumn Muller's testimony in front of you. I apologize. So I'm looking at the direct testimony of Autumn Muller.
Yeah, I don't have her testimony in front of me. This is meant to refer to Ms. Muller as the expert on interconnection. So if there had been interconnection costs that Northwestern would have to occur on behalf of David Gates, it would have been Ms. Muller that would have provided those to me.
Okay. Can we get Ms. Muller's testimony? And I certainly understand that Ms. Muller is the interconnection and the transmission expert in this case, but my question to you was, where in Ms. Muller's testimony does she state that there are no network or interconnection costs associated with the build out of DGGS?
Objection. The witness explained he wasn't making a specific citation to a line in the testimony.
I believe the witness's response was that Ms. Muller is the interconnection expert. And there is a site in his testimony, and if there is not a specific site in Ms. Autumn Muller's testimony, that's fine as an answer, but I guess I didn't hear that answer.
Michelle?
I'll just wait for the commission to rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection to the extent that the witness can speak to his own testimony.
Yeah, as I understood it, there were no interconnection facilities required at that location. That was the fourth unit that was at a location that was already a brownfield location. And that was one of the reasons why it was selected in its IRP as Northwestern's next capacity resource.
Right, but you have a cite to the testimony of Autumn Muller for that information, right? You didn't independently obtain that information, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Flipping back just a little bit to AO 25. Of your testimony, sorry.
I'm there.
Or I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm looking at AO 27. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, and at lines, beginning on line 5 through 8, there's a paragraph that talks about the reasonableness of the 50 megawatt Arrow unit. And you state in there that Northwestern should refresh its selection during each IRP cycle in the future. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you confirm that Northwestern did not do that in this case?
No, Northwestern selected the 50 megawatt Arrow as its next capacity resource in its last IRP.
Okay.
But just to be clear, it did refresh its selection. So it selected a new next capacity resource in its 2023 IRP, which was the 50 megawatt Arrow, which is the reason for the selection of that same unit as Northwestern's avoided cost of capacity in this docket.
Sure. You're just emphasizing that this should be redone every IRP cycle?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'm looking next, I guess we're kind of already there. So AO 26, 27 of your amended direct testimony. And beginning on line 22 of AO 26 and going into AO 27. Is this your statement? It is reasonable for Northwestern to select a 50 megawatt arrow given its practicality and likelihood of being built at the DGGS.
Yes.
Okay. And have you done any independent analysis to determine the practicality and the likelihood of this unit being built?
And this is based on information provided to me by Northwestern about the nature of the Dave Gates site and the existence of a fourth of room for a fourth unit at that location.
Okay, so my question was to you, did you do any independent analysis about the practicality and the likelihood of this unit being built?
No.
Okay, sorry, excuse me. And you provided the response to QFI 049, is that correct? I'll certainly gonna wait for a minute for you to get that in front of you.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and you provided that response, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the essence of your response is that Northwestern has not done any engineering design assessments or any cost estimates for the proposed build out at DGGS?
Yeah, that's correct. The cost estimates were provided by a third party within Northwestern's IRP. So really this selection of this unit comes out of the IRP. And there was an extensive, set of information and ability for stakeholders to provide input into that. So and since that is the document and the approach that Northwestern uses with respect to the resources that it plans to procure, it's important that it maintain consistency in subsequent dockets with the approaches and the methodology and the data that it used in its IRP to the extent practical.
Sure, but for a specific plan for the build out at DGGS, your response is that Northwestern has not done any specific analysis. Is that correct?
Objection, that's not what the data request asks. The data request asks if we did an analysis of DGGS as the next plan unit, and the question responds that it was a generic unit that was selected.
1 minute, Madam Chairman, sorry. Madam Chair, my response to that would be, so for QFI 49A, the QF interveners asked, please provide any and all engineering design assessments and cost estimates related to Northwestern's statements that an Arrow unit at Dave Gates Generating Station is Northwestern's next planned unit of generation. And the response, A, is that Northwestern has not performed this analysis. My question to the witness, I believe, was to say Northwestern has not done a specific analysis as to the potential build out at DGGS, and I asked him to confirm or deny that, as I recall of that question.
And there's a misconception about the question. You can't leave out that the question says Northwestern statements that an arrow at DGGS is the next plan unit. The response says an arrow at DGGS is not the next plan unit. The IRP selects a generic unit, not a unit at DGGS.
The objection's overruled. You can continue your questioning to the extent the witness can answer.
All right, would you like me to repeat the
Yes,
question?
please.
Okay. I have to think about that for a second. I think I was asking, and in the response to QFI 049, did you or did you not state that Northwestern has not performed a specific analysis about the build out at DGGS?
I did state that. Yes, that's correct.
And have you reviewed Northwestern's 2023 IRP?
Yes,
And have you reviewed Northwestern's 2019 IRP?
not in depth.
Okay, but you have seen it?
Yes,
Okay. And subject to check, would you agree with me that the 50 megawatt Arrow unit has been identified in several IRP cycles at this point?
subject to check.
And in the time frame that you have been consulting for Northwestern, are you familiar with Northwestern acquiring a resource as the result of a competitive solicitation?
Yes,
Okay. And what was the result of the 2020 competitive RFP process?
I'd have to go back and refresh my memory as to the specifics of the resources that were selected, but there was a process, there were much bids submitted, there were several resources that were selected as a result of that.
So the pre-filed testimony that you have was previously put in front of you was in that capacity acquisition approval docket. Do you remember the results of the 2020 RFP that Northwestern was seeking approval of?
I don't remember off the top of my head which specific resources were selected. Perhaps you could ask me a more specific question.
Sure. Are you a witness in the current rate case that Northwestern has pending before this commission?
Yes,
Okay. And is Northwestern asking for approval of the Yellowstone County Generating Station?
yes,
Was that unit the result of the 2020 RFP selection process as best you can recall?
as best as I can recall.
Thank you. Sorry, just 1 minute. I'm going through my notes. I think thankfully we're coming close to an end of my cross. And Mr. Olson, you are the one that talks about the net cone capacity methodology for this set of testimony, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you were here earlier in the room when Mr. Pelcory, excuse me, deferred some questions to you.
I did.
Okay. And I guess I sort of, as a base level, would want to start off with, because I think the questioning with Mr. Chandler was if Mr. Pelcory did the computation of the net revenue, which was employed in that methodology, and he said no. Did you do the calculation for the net cone analysis in this case?
And just to be very specific, Mr. Schmidt did them originally, and I adopted them. So yes, I'm sponsoring them within in this proceeding now.
Okay, are you able to answer questions about them?
I am.
Okay. And so when we're talking about referring to the net revenue amount that Northwestern calculated, is Northwestern using just market sales when DGGS is selling power into the market when Northwestern is long on energy?
No. So maybe just to clarify the context a little bit for the commissioners, the net cone methodology refers to really the cost of new entry of a new capacity resource. So there's two components to that. One of them is the capital and fixed costs of the resource itself. But then the second component is whatever benefit that resource might provide in terms of net energy margin from selling into the energy and ancillary services market. So it's important to recognize that resource doesn't just provide capacity, it also provides energy, and there's some benefits to that. And so because we're already accounting for energy in the energy aspect of the tariff, it's important to focus the capacity payment on what we call pure capacity. So capacity net of any energy value that the reference plant provides. So since the reference plant is an aeroderivative unit at the Dave Gates station, the methodology that was used was to estimate the energy revenue that a unit of that size would have earned from selling in to the energy imbalance market, the same market that's being used for the energy pricing in the construct of the tariff. And so the calculation is what's its net, the net energy margin from selling into the EIM, hypothetically selling into the EIM. And I think then your specific question was whether we used the revenue from DGGS only if the utility was long. And the answer is no. So the components of that calculation are first, all the megawatt hours that were produced at the Dave Gates station multiplied by the market price in each 5-minute interval across a 3-year period from 2021 to 2023. So it's really simple. Here's all of the megawatt hours produced in every interval. Here's all the market prices in every interval. You do the multiplication, add them up, and then divide that by the kilowatts at the Dave Gates station. That gives you $1 per kilowatt of energy revenue, energy margin from operating that plant, which is then applied to the reference plant, subtracted from the capacity cost, which would be the gross cost of entry to get the net cost of entry, or the pure capacity cost of the plant.
Okay, I think I get where you're coming from on that. Does Northwestern apply this idea of calculating the net cost of entry to its own resources?
I mean, implicitly, yes, in the sense that in its IRP, it's evaluating a portfolio, its whole portfolio of resources. And as it adds a resource to that portfolio, it models the performance of the entire portfolio within the context of the Western energy market. So to the extent that that resource in the modeling is making sales into the market and earning margins, then those benefits would be incorporated into its resource selection.
So if I'm understanding your question, or if I'm understanding your response, it's no because it's different? My question was, does Northwestern Energy apply the idea of the net cost of entry to its own resources?
Objection, the witness said yes and explained his answer.
The witness also talked for quite a while, and so I was asking the witness to confirm a summary of his response.
Overruled. I will allow that, please.
So, yeah, so the answer is yes, it does incorporate it incorporates the same concepts into its evaluation of its own resources. But since the context is different, the specific application of the context is different,
Okay.
of the methodology is different.
And then one last question. So when you and I were talking about I think the IRP planning, and this was a while ago, but you mentioned the QF-1 tariff and the concept of Northwestern as a utility through the tariff. It doesn't have voluntary ability to accept the energy from these projects, correct? And then you mentioned that Northwestern has a hedging strategy. Have you done any independent analysis of Northwestern's hedging strategy?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, are you going to have questions for this witness?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. I think at this point, we will take a lunch recess and we will come back. Time now is 12:34 and we will resume the hearing at 1:45 p.m. We are now off the record.
mean, I'm getting a really good view of the tiles in the ceiling. Is there any way to do it more like panoramic or something? I mean, I just didn't know if you noticed that or not. But, like all these witnesses are super tall. Their heads are almost to the ceiling. It's just, you know, creative. Like, I think he could pan the shot a lot better. No, he has it in. All right, I'll see you later.
We will now be back in order. The time is 1:45 PM and this hearing will resume with the cross-examination of the witness, Mr. Olson. We're at the portion now for commission questions. Are there any commission questions of this witness?
No questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Bukacek?
I have one, it's somewhat tangentially relevant because it relates to some previous questions and lines of questioning. But there was, regarding a question to you on page AO11 of your amended directed testimony, you talked about the process, it forces the utility to prices in the tariff, whether or not that fits with hedging. An optionality sits with QF, not utility, so adds to the risk of the utility. And we're all familiar with the concept that competition in a free market can serve the purpose of bringing down costs to the customer. In energy, it would be the ratepayer, but rather than a free market, we're dealing with QFs and a government regulated monopoly, of course. So it's a different context. And what you called increased risk to the utility, if the prices in the tariff don't fit with hedging, this would conceivably add to cost passed on to the ratepayer. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so looking at your credentials back on page AO2, I'm thinking you might be the witness from which to request a short, like 2 or 3 sentence, a liner about the mechanism by which this type of risk to the utility would be passed on to ratepayers.
Yeah, so all of the costs that the utility would incur in compensating QF generators for their output, those are all directly recoverable costs. So, and I don't know, whether they go directly into a fuel cost adjustment clause so that they're recovered right in the current year, or if they have to wait for the next rate case, and maybe that's 2 or 3 years. I don't know how immediate the impact is, but certainly any cost that the utility incurs in compensating QF generators goes directly into rates. If it were a fixed price, back to the hedging question, if it were a fixed price contract, then that cost goes in. Then that offsets other costs that the utility doesn't have to incur, like energy costs, right? And so if the avoided energy costs are less than the fixed cost of a long-term contract, then the long-term contract would increase costs to the utility and then therefore increase costs to ratepayers. An example of that is like what happened in California in the early days of the QFs. Natural gas was really expensive in California, so there were a lot of QF contracts signed under long-term 20-year contracts based on expensive natural gas prices that were, occurred at the time in California. And then in the 90s, as the gas industry was deregulated, the gas prices came way, way down. And so all those contracts, even if at the time they were maybe a good forward view of what the utilities avoided costs were, as it played out over time, they were way out of the money. And so they cost California ratepayers quite a bit of money over the 20-year term of those contracts. Now, it could have gone the other way. Gas prices could have gone up from there, in which case the ratepayers would have been better off. But it's an example of, a case where a long-term fixed price contract impose extra costs onto utility ratepayers.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to commission staff questions. Mr. Bockel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Olson. I just have a few questions for you. I'm Dan Poco, a staff attorney here at the Public Service Commission. Could you please refer to your amended direct testimony, page 25, starting on line 5?
Okay.
I believe it states if a developer anticipates higher revenues, it will need less revenue from the capacity market settlement to be able to enter the market than if energy prices are low, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would a developer's expectations of future market energy prices affect the anticipated capacity factor of a resource and in turn anticipated energy revenues?
Sorry, can you restate that for me?
Would the expectation of future market energy prices affect the anticipated capacity factor used, particularly in terms of the usage of the capacity factor with net cone of a resource, and in turn, the anticipated energy revenues of the resource?
Oh, I see. So yes. Let's just this paragraph kind of refers to how things work in a capacity market. So let's say like they have in PJM or in New York and Mid-Continent ISO, where a developer of in this case, a capacity type of a resource, let's assume it's a CT, is going to bid into a capacity auction. Its incentive is to bid what it expects its net cost would be. So it's gross cost of the capital plus fixed O&M less what it anticipates its energy revenues might be. Yeah, so it would want to incorporate a forward projection of its expected energy revenues into its capacity bid.
Okay. And generally speaking, would you agree that integrated resource planning and PRPA implementation both involve a forward-looking analysis?
Yes.
Did you review Northwestern's 2023 integrated resource plan when preparing your testimony in this case?
Yes.
Could you please refer to volume 2 of Northwestern's 2023 integrated resource plan, and specifically page 46?
Madam Chair, may I share my screen?
Ms. Hill, I'm sorry.
May I share my screen? I can pull that up for staff.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what page was that again?
Page 46.
Why isn't it up there?
Ms. Hill, it also looks like the witness may have the paper copy in front of him.
The witness does have a paper copy, and I'm sharing a screen as well.
Great. And under section 8.9, it's about cost analysis. Would you read to yourself the two paragraphs on page 46 and the top of page 47? And let me know when you've read those.
Okay.
Those paragraphs generally address the anticipated operation of thermal resources, and I believe in one of those paragraphs, the natural gas generation resources over the 20-year planning horizon for the base case scenario analyzed in the 2023 IRP and the resulting market interactions, including market sales that resulted from modeling that scenario, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to a few sentences in the second paragraph. In the fourth line of the second paragraph, do you see where it reads, quote, note the drop in generation over the first 5 years, which is due to the decline in market prices? Current prices are exceptionally high in the Pacific Northwest. The market price forecast in the model projects a decline in power prices back to historical levels by 2030, when natural gas units will run at production factors in the 10% range, which is normal for fast ramping gas generation. You see that?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And on page 47, figure 8-14 shows production factors for the thermal resources modeled in that scenario, including a new natural gas plant added in 2029. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you agree that that new natural gas plant added in 2029 is the arrow derivative that we've been talking about through this proceeding?
Don't know that it says that specifically, but yes, generally I think that's the case.
Okay. And after 2030, the production factor for that new natural gas plant appears to be slightly less than 10%.
Yes.
And above the new gas plant, the production factor for Dave Gates seems to be roughly 10% starting at 2030. Is that correct?
Roughly, yes.
Would, for the sake of this docket, do you believe that the correct production factor should be the Dave Gates production factor or the new natural gas production factor?
Believe that are we talking about QF resources that might come online as early as 2027?
I'll tie it in and we'll come back to
Okay.
that question. Can you turn to exhibit AO4 included with your direct testimony?
Is that the spreadsheet?
She's good.
Well,
Council, this does concern, I believe, a copyrighted material. Do we need to?
I'm okay with this going with the copyright protection.
Mr. Olson, just let me know when you have that
I'm here.
Would you agree that AO4 provides the DGGS or Dave Gates Generating Station net revenue used in Northwestern's calculation of the net cone?
Yes.
And I believe this was talked about before, but the net revenue calculated in Exhibit AO4 is based on historical WEM prices and DGGS production.
Yes, that's correct. From
And would you agree with me that I believe in column double A, line 3, there's a use of the DGGS capacity factor percentage?
yes, the capacity factor is stated in that cell,
And what is that capacity factor?
33%.
Earlier in this hearing, you said that I'm paraphrasing, but maintaining consistency with the IRP is important, correct?
Yes.
In Exhibit AO4, why did you not use the 10% production factor identified in the 2023 IRP?
Well, so here, we're faced with the question when trying to determine what the net revenues of the reference resource would be, whether to use a projection of the future or whether to use kind of a current year with the greater level of precision that you have in the data. And so was our judgment, that, recognizing that the future is uncertain, that what we knew was how the resource performed, well, the similar resources performed in the actual market over that 2 plus something year period. So we had, actual production from the unit. We had actual recorded natural gas prices at the unit. We had actual power prices at the unit for that period. And so there's a trade-off in, there's no exact best way to do this. There's a trade-off in, what you value more, the sort of fidelity and the transparency of using a historical period versus perhaps, we might expect that resource to operate at a lower capacity factor in the future. So those two factors have to weigh off against each other. I'll just note that as an example of that concept, PJM and its capacity market, it calculates what's called a demand curve. It's kind of an administrative construct. The demand curve allows the capacity market to select different amounts of capacity depending on the price. When the price is lower, the market picks more capacity, buy more insurance if the insurance is cheap. If the market price is high, it picks less capacity. So it uses in that demand curve a net cone concept. And there, they just pick the first year. They have like year 1, energy revenues that they use as the net part of the net cone. So to me, that's an indication that this is a reasonable approach. It's used in an auction in which literally billions of dollars of capacity revenues are settled. So I recognize that it doesn't have kind of the full forward view that you might see in an IRP, but I think it's still reasonable.
Okay. To summarize, you're suggesting that using historical values is typical, or is typical in other instances where utilities or utility markets are using net cone?
It certainly is used elsewhere, including in places where there are, again, billions of dollars at stake and has been approved by FERC.
Okay. Generally, to your knowledge, has Northwestern proposed to use net cone methodology to calculate avoided cost capacity in any state regulatory commission dockets other than Montana Public Service Commission dockets?
Not to my knowledge.
You know why not?
Well, I believe that that Northwestern was using a proxy method before, in which case the capacity and the energy were all from the same resource. So if you're using what's called a peaker method, which again is where you have different sources for the energy and the capacity components of the revenue for the QF, that's when it makes sense to zero in on really what is this cost of sort of pure capacity, so capacity devoid of energy value. So this is where this concept of net cone becomes important, because if you didn't net off the revenues that the reference resource would earn in the energy market, then in effect, the QF would be compensated for them twice. So first in the direct payment for their energy, But then secondly, in their payment for capacity, which doesn't have these revenues netted off.
And going back to your testimony on AO 32, if you could.
I'm there.
Great. You talk about how, to summarize, you talk about how PJM, New York ISO uses netcone, correct?
Yes.
In what context do they use netcone?
So this is exactly the context that I just went through, which was their use and determination of the administrative demand curve. That's a parameter in their capacity auction that determines how much capacity the auction will clear as a function of that demand curve and the cost of the supply that was bid into the market.
And generally, to your knowledge, has any other state regulatory commissions approved the use of netcone to calculate avoided cost of capacity in a PURPA or Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act proceeding?
It's a little hard to get into the specifics. Like, I looked carefully through all the documents that I could find for those, and it was a little hard to get to this question of how exactly they do those calculations. I know it's commonly used again in other places. E3, my firm, has maintained the avoided cost calculator that the California PUC uses for a variety of purposes, net energy metering evaluation. Sorry, I'm going too fast. Yeah. Net energy metering evaluation for valuation of distributed energy resources, including energy efficiency and response. And there, it's a net cone approach is used. In effect, the peaker method is used and has been since 2003 in that proceeding.
Would you agree, though, there's some differences between the peaker method and the use of net cone in the peaker method to calculate avoided costs?
Well, I mean, again, I think one could use the gross cone even in a peaker method. And that might be okay as a substitute in a case where, let's say, energy prices were low, the system was flush with capacity, and you weren't expecting the reference resource to dispatch much. In that case, the energy revenues would be low, and maybe the administrative cost of calculating the energy revenues might just be, you wouldn't want to bother. But that's an empirical question, and the more conceptually correct approach is not to double pay for the energy and to have one stream of values that's an energy value and one stream of values that's a pure capacity value, and to separate those out as much as you can, which is what the net cone method does.
But you said it might be appropriate not to use net cone in a time where energy prices are low, correct?
Yeah, so the net cone is the gross, the capital cost plus fixed O&M minus the energy revenues. The energy revenues are going to be really low, then those numbers are close to each other anyway.
And we did agree, though, that in the IRP that it expects that the energy revenues are decreasing over time, or expected to decrease over time.
Well, we saw that the capacity factor is decreasing over time. That's not the same thing as saying that the energy revenues are, because what we tend to see in a lot of our forward price projections is more volatility in the market. So you have more hours when the price is zero or close to it, but then more hours when the price gets really high because the system's in shortfall, and there's no wind blowing and no sun shining, and you're having to start units and ramp them up. So we tend to see sort of higher prices during peak hours and lower prices during off-peak hours when we do our forward projections.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polko. Does any party wish to recross the witness following commission and staff questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we bring back up the IRP, the page that we were 47?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can we pull back up the IRP that the witness was looking at? I believe it's page 47 of Northwestern's 2023 IRP.
Thank you for your assistance with this, Ms. Hill. We appreciate it.
Hi, Mr. Are you ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
You're good. Okay. So you were going through some questions with Mr. Polko, and I believe we were talking about figure 8.14 or 8-14.
Yes.
The thermal production to the base case scenario.
Yes.
And I believe you agreed with Mr. Polko that the new natural gas line, which I'm having trouble seeing the one on the PSC screen, but I think on mine, it's the green addition in approximately 2029.
The printed copy, it's light blue, but it's the one that's farthest to the bottom.
Farthest to the, I think we agree on that point. It's the farthest to the bottom. And the one right above it, I hesitate to use colors, but mine's in red, is for yellow, is labeled Yellowstone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that for the, what we're referring to as YCGS or the Yellowstone Natural Gas, the Yellowstone County Generating Station?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the line for the new natural gas factor matches almost exactly the Yellowstone thermal factor from approximately 2029 through 2042, it looks like?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
And if I think that's all I had.
Mr. Brown, any questions?
No, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Hill, would you like to re-examine, redirect?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Olson, could you describe differences between getting prices from LMP versus the market hub?
Yes. So a market hub, you can think of as a bilateral institution.
Objection, Madam Chair. I don't believe this was a subject of cross-exam for this witness.
I understood we were talking about LMP pricing, and so I thought a comparison would be helpful.
Yes, case.
I stand by my objection. I don't think this was a subject of cross-examination, and so redirect, I don't believe is appropriate. Sorry. I stand by my objection. I don't believe that this was discussed in cross-examination, and it's inappropriate for redirect. Or I guess maybe if Ms. Hill could point out who discussed it in cross-exam. I will fully admit my memory is not perfect.
I would appreciate some clarification because there was a lot of discussion in the cross-examination.
Well, he specifically talked about the different methods for calculating avoided costs of energy. And I understood that we talked about using the LMP is set by EIM. It's specifically on his testimony on page 19 in his direct. I understood that this was within the scope. of his testimony, didn't we talk about the avoided cost of energy and using market prices?
I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow it, just so that we can obtain good information and clarification.
Okay, so a bilateral market hub is one where, in effect, buyers and sellers come together using either the telephone, literally, or some type of an exchange like the Intercontinental Exchange, to exchange energy bilaterally without the benefit of a central clearing entity. So, in effect, there are standard contracts that everyone has agreed to, and those standard contracts, megawatts are traded using those standard contracts. The bilateral hub at the Mid-Columbia was commonly used as a reference for sort of day of energy prices in the Pacific Northwest, because they're in the absence of a more formal organized market. Those were typically traded, in blocks, heavy load hour, light load hour blocks. So heavy load being 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and light load being at night and on weekends. That was the best temporal resolution that bilateral trading hub had. And it was only at that specific location in Mid-Columbia, and any buyer or seller had to arrange their own transmission service to get to and from that market hub. So in the absence of an organized market in the Pacific Northwest, this was a reasonable and heavily traded and often cited index. There began to then be hourly prices added on to that. Those were always thinly traded, and they weren't very different from the block prices. So again, this was really kind of a substitute that was used in this region because there wasn't a deep and liquid and formal organized market. So with the advent of the Western energy imbalance market, this now is a better way to get more temporally granular and more locationally granular pricing information out of a really deep and liquid market where literally hundreds, if not thousands, of generators are transacting, bidding into this market. The market is clearing energy across 11 states in the West, 24 different balancing areas that are participating. So it's a really deep and liquid market of a quality that we never have had before in the Pacific Northwest. And as a result of that, a lot of the type of regulatory structures that previously were based on a bilateral trading hub are now starting to move over to this more granular, deeper, more liquid, and more temporally and locationally appropriate market index. And I'll hit on the locational aspect of it just briefly. Again, the trading hub was at Mid-Columbia, which is in Washington State. We now have prices for every single node on the Northwestern system that can be different if there's transmission congestion. So it's possible now to designate a node that's appropriate specifically to a resource in a specific location. That's actually the price that resource at that location will realize when it sells into this market.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Olson, for your testimony today. I temporarily excuse this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill, further witnesses for your case in chief?
Yes, Madam Chair, Northwestern calls Matt Steitzer or Matthew Steitzer. Good afternoon, Mr. Steitzer. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Matt Steitzer. Last name is Stajcar.
What is your business address?
My business address is 11 East Park in Butte, Montana.
Who is your employer?
I'm employed by Northwestern Energy.
What is your role at Northwestern?
I'm a supply planning analyst for Northwestern.
Did you submit pre-filed testimony in this docket?
I did.
Do you have in front of you today your direct testimony filed on May 8th, 2024?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Do you have in front of you also your rebuttal testimony filed in this docket on May 8th, 2024?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Madam Chair, I move for admission two exhibits, the direct testimony, exhibit NWE 5, and the rebuttal testimony NWE 6.
No objection.
No objection.
NWE 5 and NWE 6 are admitted.
Thank you. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Afternoon, Mr. Steitzer.
That's correct.
All right, nailed it. So I guess we should probably bring up exhibit MMS 2. Okay. I think you have that, Philip. I can share it too on my screen. It's easier. Okay, did you? Oh, yeah, okay. Now. You give me permission to share again. I got booted because it didn't want to give me the ability to share. Okay. Yes. No, if I don't have a USB. Just exhibit MMS2. Yeah, I think I'll be able to get it. But MMS2, yeah. I just want to make sure we get the correct one here. My apologies, Madam Chair. All right.
Mr. Stecker, you were in the room when we did the swearing in this morning, weren't you?
I was.
Thank you.
Okay. I think I've got it now. All right. Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of your exhibit MMS2?
Yes, it appears so.
So let's just to start go into the wrap background. Do you feel qualified to discuss the wrap and its structure?
I guess it'll depend on your question, but to the extent it covers this exhibit, then yes.
Can you pull up Mr. Olson's testimony at 35, page AO 35, lines 1 through 4? His direct. Are you there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, lines 1 through 4.
Okay.
And do you agree that it says that Northwestern Supply portfolio was calculated as determined using the RAP methodology?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Can you agree that that the RAP is in a non-binding phase at the moment?
That's my understanding.
And once the binding phase, and even in the non-binding phase of RAP, once the binding phase begins, is Northwestern only able to submit resources into RAP that it either owns or controls from a contractual perspective?
Well, I would say that Northwestern would submit any resource into the RAP forward showing program that is used to meet its seasonal capacity accreditation.
But it can't submit, Northwestern cannot submit resources into the RAP that it does not own or have contractual control over, correct?
I would say that's correct. I don't know that we have any other resource used to serve our load if it's not owned or contractual.
So moving into the RAP PRM, the planning reserve margin, can you explain for the commission what planning reserve margin is?
Sure. The planning reserve margin is a percentage greater than the load that is used as a buffer to ensure that a utility such as Northwestern can serve its load reliably in times when maybe the resources don't perform as behaved. And so that buffer creates a padding to ensure that you have resources that are greater than your forecasted load.
So in summary, it's pretty important.
I would agree.
And the RAP forward showing program, is it correct that the RAP allocates a peak reserve margin to participating utilities?
No, it's not my understanding that they allocate a planning reserve margin. My understanding is a planning reserve margin is established for the RAP participants, and everyone is subject in that region is subject to that same planning reserve margin. But it's not a split.
No, I appreciate that clarification. So would you agree that the RAP summer PRM, planning reserve margin, is higher than 10.4%?
Well, so the Western Resource Adequacy Program, WRAP, establishes planning reserve margins for every month in the season. So for summer, there are 4 months in that season. The planning reserve margins change, I believe, annually, maybe biannually. So I guess to your question of the specific quantity, I think it depends on the particular month and the particular season that it was calculated in.
So can you go to Northwestern's response to QFI 46?
Okay, I'm here.
I'm going to stop sharing for a moment and pull up another document. Okay. So is this the response that Northwestern, or the attachment that Northwestern provided in response to QFI 46 exhibit or attachment titled copy of Northwestern S25?
I don't know, but I will take your word for it.
Okay, subject to check. If there's anything incorrect here, please correct
Okay.
afterwards. And this copy of Northwestern S25 that Northwestern provided in response to QFI 46, these mid-C subregion, NCAP, NCP, PRM, these figures were provided by WRAP.
Yes,
And is Northwestern in the mid-C subregion?
they are.
Okay. And is there 10.4% anywhere in here, in this document for a PRM?
There is not. I will say that, when the time these exhibits were created and the time this response was provided, there could be a disconnect.
When was this exhibit exhibit MMS 2 created?
I don't recall.
All right, well, it's subject to check. You would agree that you submitted exhibit MMS 2 on May 8th?
Subject to check, yes.
And does Northwestern submit capacity update filings, capacity forecast update filings to this commission?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did Northwestern submit a capacity update filing to this commission on April 16th, 2024?
Subject to check. Yes.
Would you have been involved in creating that spreadsheet? Or have reviewed it?
I would have reviewed it. I would not have created it.
And would you agree with me that in that document filed with this commission in April, Northwestern used a 16.1% planning reserve margin for the summer season?
No, I don't believe we do. I believe we use 10%, 10.4%. .4% in MMS2.
Yeah, in MMS2, you use 10.4%. That's correct.
That's correct.
But in the April 16th filing with the commission in docket 2022.11.102, Northwestern's IRP docket, you would agree, subject to check, that you use 16.1% for the summer season?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay.
I guess just to recall back when you asked of when MMS2 exhibit was created, I guess May sounds a little late because I believe this hearing was originally scheduled for May. So it seems it should have had been created before then, but
Okay, but you adopted Mr. Schmidt's testimony and exhibits on this issue,
I did.
correct? And you had the opportunity to correct any necessary changes or anything that was wrong with Mr. Schmidt's exhibit on, before you filed on May 8th?
That's correct. I would have corrected any issues. I guess at the time of the filing, or excuse me, at the time I adopted Mr. Schmidt's exhibits, I wouldn't have considered this incorrect, right? RAP updates values on an ongoing basis. So even today, these values would have been updated.
Okay. But you agree with me, 10.4% PRM used in exhibit MMS2 is not consistent with the RAP PRM figures, as well as Northwestern filing in April.
I do agree that the 10.4% is different than 16 that was filed in April. I would point out it's likely different today.
Okay. So if I got to pull up another document, so it's Northwestern's data response to QF-1 76E. And just to refresh your memory of this, this is Northwestern's response to a request for RAP communications that Northwestern had with the RAP administrator. This catch case is going to bring up email 480 from the RAP. I think it's DeFord, if I'm recalling correctly. Can you read the highlighted language there?
Would you like me to read it out loud?
Yeah, yes, please.
These values, as well as the individual resource performance values, have been calculated for summer and winter season using the currently approved base scope PRM of 17% for the summer season and 45% for the winter season. An additional PDF has been uploaded showing the ACAP PRM impact of a proposed base PRM of 16% for the summer season and a 36% for the winter season.
And this email was from the SPP administrator or the RAP administrator as administered by the SPP, correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, and the date of March 8th, 2024.
That's correct.
So in this email, you would confirm that 17% is the PRM that was currently approved as of March 2024.
I'm not sure what this email is referring to. I mean, I have no context for that.
Okay. So did you sponsor the response to the data request that provided this information?
What data request was this?
UFI 76E.
No, I don't believe I did. It's assigned to legal here.
I think we had it updated. There's numerous updates, unfortunately. So in the updated response, it provides that Matt Stitzer responds to So are you Northwestern's witness for capacity need? Is that correct?
In this docket, yes. I'm not in regular contact with the RAP processes.
But you are aware of the RAP processes?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And you are aware of that RAP has a PRM requirement?
I am aware.
Okay. And you agree that this communication says there's a currently approved base scope PRM of 17% for the summer season and 45% for the winter season?
I agree. It says that in this email. I do not know what the context of this is.
What was the PRM that you used for the winter season in Exhibit MMS 2?
19.9%.
So assuming this is the currently approved RAP base scope PRM that utilities participating in the RAP process should be using, 45% is obviously higher than the 19.4%, correct?
I agree that 45 is higher.
Okay.
Recall we did discuss that Northwestern is in the Mid-C region. I don't see any reference to the Mid-C region in that highlighted section.
Okay, so what the RAP provides for utilities operating in the Mid-C region in terms of a PRM, that's the valid PRM?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Let's go into, well, let's see, we could probably, well, who knows what kind of documents we'll be bringing up, so let's hold off for a moment. Let's go into load growth. So earlier you stated that you agree with Mr. Olson's statement that Northwestern supply portfolio was developed as determined using the RAP methodology. That
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Can you confirm that Northwestern used a load growth factor in exhibit MMS 2 of 0.42% annually?
So I believe we responded this in a data request. We don't use a compound annual growth rate to project load.
So you don't consider load growth when you're figuring out your capacity need in the future years?
We do have a load forecast used in long-term planning as well as this exhibit.
So there's a load growth percentage that would be applied in that load forecast. Is that correct?
You could calculate a percentage, but it's not such that we pick a year one starting value and apply that same percentage throughout time.
Okay, can you turn to QFI, your Northwestern's response to QFI 39?
I'm here.
Okay, and did you assume once Mr. Schmidt left Northwestern, is this a data response that you assumed
Yes, that's correct.
responsibility for? And 39B, you agree, says a 0.42% compound annual load growth was calculated?
I agree.
Okay. But under the RAP methodology, would you agree that a 1.1% growth rate should be used?
I would not.
All right. Does this appear to be the RAP Business Practice Manual 103 participant forward showing capacity requirements?
Yes, I agree that it is.
Are you familiar with the BPMs issued by RAP? Have you reviewed them?
Did you say issues?
That RAP,
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree that this is a product of RAP.
okay. And you've reviewed have you reviewed this particular RAP document?
I have.
And it's section 5.1, establish growth rate. Would you agree that that paragraph provides that there's an established growth rate currently set at 1.1%?
I agree. I would point out that this is the business practice manual for the forward showing program. This is not a business practice manual for a long-term planning program. So the forward showing, I believe, is 7 months in advance. 7 months to a year.
But do you agree that, you agreed earlier that you're following the RAP methodology in calculating your capacity need? Correct?
I did state that. I may put a finer point on that to say that we're using the accreditations calculated by RAP. There is no RAP methodology for long-term planning. As is shown on the screen here, this is a business practice manual for the forward showing program. So I would agree, I guess, that we use the methodology for the forward showing program. There is no methodology to follow for a long-term planning position.
Okay, so I guess the 0.42% amount as calculated by you and your response to QFI 39B, that was just made up?
Well, if you follow the calculation in the data response, that is for a calculation from 2024 to 2044, which is 20 years.
Where did that number come from?
What number?
Where does your load growth come from? The load growth percentage that was applied in your peak load forecast? There has to be some load, you have to take into account load growth over a 20-year period, correct? It would be imprudent for the utility to not do so, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so where did Northwestern what did Northwestern base its load growth percentage on in Exhibit MMS2?
So again, we don't pick a year one and apply a percentage for the next 20 years. Northwestern's load research department develops a load forecast based on a regression analysis using a peak load day, temperature, and energy consumption. Now, after that calculation is done, it is possible to run through the mathematical mechanics to calculate a compound annual growth rate, but we don't go the other direction, I guess.
Are you familiar with the PNUCC 2024 Northwest Regional Forecast Report? Pacific Northwest Utilities
Conference committee.
Yep, so you are.
I'm aware of the acronym. I'm not familiar with that report.
All right. I'm going to bring up a point here. And if you have a reason to question it, you can tell me. Bear with me, apologies. But can you read the highlighted sentence into the record?
The 10-year annual energy load growth rate for the 2024 forecast is 3.1% annually compounded.
Do you have any reason to doubt the analysis of this PNUC 2024 report?
I don't doubt the analysis. I would not agree that that is representative of Northwestern's load growth.
Okay, so what makes Northwestern an anomaly in a region that appears to have significant load growth, where your load growth is 0.42%?
I would say a significant difference between Northwestern's retail customers and what's described in likely this PNUC report, but more generally, any utility in the Northwest, is that the state of Montana doesn't maybe have some of the electrification goals that some of the West Coast utilities do. The state of Montana doesn't have the EV growth that the rest of the utilities do. I'll also note that Northwestern does not serve choice customers in the state of Montana, such as large load customers that many of these utilities in the region may serve.
So you're saying essentially that electricity use is not increasing in Montana.
I would say it's not increasing at the rate that other utilities in the Northwest are experiencing.
And to your knowledge, is Montana's population declining?
I don't. That's not my understanding.
To your knowledge, have new data centers been proposed in the state?
I don't know that.
Okay. Is Northwestern implementing demand side management on a record scale? That it would be an anomaly in terms of load growth?
I'm not aware of specific demand side management initiatives that Northwestern's doing.
Right. All right, let's go into another topic. Please refer to your data response, the QFI 54.
All right, I'm here.
So just confirm for me, did Northwestern submit any of the resources in the expected category in Exhibit MMS 2 in its most recent forward showing submission to RAP?
I don't know. I would have to review. I guess I don't know what we submitted in our latest forward showing, so I don't know.
Do you know about whether you submitted resources in the potential category?
I do not. As we stated in the response, we haven't determined what resources will be included in the forward showing for 2026.
Okay. For the resources provided in, we could bring exhibit MMS 2 back up. So the resources noted in the potential opportunity category. Does Northwestern currently have any contractual control over those resources?
My understanding is that Northwestern and that those specific projects do not have a PPA, assigned PPA.
Oops. Sorry, I'm zooming out way too much. Are you aware if the Jawbone project has a signed PPA? Northwestern would have contractual control over it?
I don't know. I don't know on that one.
So going back to my earlier question, would Northwestern have submitted resources to the RAP that it lacks contractual control over in the forward showing process?
If Northwestern doesn't have a current contract between a generator and the company to produce power, I don't believe we would submit that in the forward showing.
Because the resource wouldn't meet resource eligibility requirements under the RAP methodology, right?
Well, if there's no contract for power, it cannot be counted, I guess.
Okay. So can you confirm the capacity need demonstrated or alleged in exhibit MMS 2? It's not based on Northwestern's currently existing capacity situation. Is that correct? Your current needs as we sit here today?
I'm not sure that I understand your question, but my understanding is the Western Resource Adequacy Program, the RAP, will calculate a planning reserve margin, a PRM, based on the resources that Northwestern and other RAP participants submit in the advanced assessment to determine a value, a PRM, to be used for the forward showing. So
Okay,
I believe it is based on our resources at the time.
your RAP submissions are not exhibit MMS 2.
That's correct.
Okay. So you would agree that Northwestern's current electric portfolio continues to have a high reliance on market purchases currently?
I'm not sure. I can't speak to that.
Aren't you representing Northwestern's capacity need in this case?
I am.
And you can't speak to Northwestern's current capacity needs?
Objection. Council is confusing short-term purchases and long-term purchases, and it's not an effective way to impeach the witness.
I'm trying to get information about what Northwestern's current capacity needs are.
And the witness is a supply analyst in long-term planning.
The objection's overruled. The witness will answer to the best of his ability, please.
Maybe could you restate the
Yeah.
question?
So would you agree that Northwestern's electric portfolio continues to have too high of a reliance upon the market?
Again, I can't speak to the quantities that are purchased on the market.
We're gonna pass out a document from Northwestern's ongoing rate case.
Madam Chair, may I approach the witness?
You may.
From Mr. Hines. You know who Mr. John Hines is? And do you know what his title is at Northwestern?
I believe John Hines' title is Vice President of Energy Supply.
Okay. And is the document that was handed to you, Mr. Hines' direct testimony, submitted in docket 2024-05053?
It is.
And is the second page in that document, page JDH 18?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
The second page is JDH 18
Yes.
as part of Mr. Hines' direct testimony. Can you read the first sentence in the conclusion, starting with while?
While Northwestern has undertaken substantial steps to mitigate the risks associated with reliance upon market purchases, the electric portfolio continues to have too high a reliance upon the market.
And do you know when this testimony was filed?
I do not.
Subject to check. Would you agree it was July 10th, 2024?
Subject to check, yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Hines' statement here?
I do not.
Okay. So with Basin Creek, Northwestern does not own that resource. Is that correct? Shifting gears a little bit, sorry. I'll give you a moment.
You're good. No, you're correct. Northwestern does not own Basin Creek Generating Station.
And so has Northwestern executed the first 5-year extension of the Basin Creek PPA or power sales agreement?
Correct. No, we have not. I believe we still have time to execute that.
Has it executed the second 5-year extension?
No.
And has Northwestern informed its investors through SEC filings that it intends to do so, to execute any of the first 5-year extension?
I'm not aware what the SEC filing says.
Okay. But there's been no clear commitment in publicly filed documents from Northwestern that intends to execute that first 5-year.
Not that I'm aware of.
So moving into Colstrip. Without the Avista Colstrip acquisition, what would Northwestern's forecasted capacity deficit be using your alleged inputs within Exhibit MMS2. I can just delete it if you'd like. Make it clear when your capacity need would start.
I'm sorry. So
Sorry.
what would you like me to do?
Let me just demonstrate here. So if the Colstrip acquisition with Avista for Avista's share of Colstrip units 3 and 4 is removed from Exhibit MMS2, do you agree that Northwestern has a capacity need beginning in summer 2028?
Other than the small deficit in summer of 2025, yes, I agree. The deficit starts in summer of 28.
And are you aware of the EPA's regulations regarding greenhouse gas emission requirements on existing coal-fired generating units?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Does Northwestern intend to retire the coal units at Colstrip, its ownership of Colstrip coal units by no later than 2032 to comply with those requirements?
Northwestern doesn't have any plans to retire Colstrip. Northwestern does intend to comply with the law regarding emissions. But we have no plans to retire Colstrip.
Have you made any plans for compliance with the greenhouse gas rule, the EPA greenhouse gas rule?
No, not at this time.
So you haven't made any plans to, or made any intention to make the technological or process modifications necessary to continue operating Colstrip in compliance with the greenhouse gas rule?
To my knowledge, no.
Can you confirm that Northwestern's made public statements in its SEC 10K filing that compliance with the greenhouse gas rule would be prohibitively expensive?
Again, I can't speak to what's in the SEC filing.
Do you have any reason to doubt what Northwestern puts in its SEC 10K filings?
No.
Can you confirm that it would not be economical for Northwestern to make modifications to the Colstrip power plant to comply with the greenhouse gas rule?
I cannot confirm that.
Subject to check. Would you disagree with Northwestern's statement in its SEC 10K report that said the rule will require, quote, potentially expensive upgrades or the early retirement of Colstrip units 3 and 4 due to the rules making the facility uneconomic?
I have no reason to dispute that.
Under the RAP Business Practice Manual 105, are you familiar with that document at all? I can pull it up if need be.
That would be great.
Mr. Chandler and council, while you're pulling that up, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? So we will now go off the record. The time is 3:13 and we'll reconvene at 3:18. You're now off the record.
Can we try to find the page number before?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Literally. Yeah. It's
Ready? We will be back on the record and resume the evidentiary hearing. Mr. Chandler, excuse me, the time is 3:22 for the record. And Mr. Chandler, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll down. So this is table 1 of section 3.1 of the RAP BPM Business Practice Manual 105. Does this look familiar to you, this document that's on the screen? Scroll back up to the.
No, I mean, I agree. It's the wrap document. This is not I'm not primarily responsible for this, but I understand that it's the wrap 105.
And this table 1 is information required for resource registration. Is that correct?
I agree.
And that's that this governs what resources can be submitted in a forward showing submission. Is that correct? Resource eligibility and RAP.
I'm not sure.
Would you agree that section 3.1 is titled resource eligibility
I agree.
and that a participant after that title, a participant will register all owned resources in the portfolio and all resources acquired in resource specific contracts in order to receive QCC values subject to exceptions? Is that what it says?
I agree.
So does this section of BPM 105 govern resource eligibility for submission into the RAP?
I subject to check. I believe that's true.
Okay. So do you see where it says retirement date, month and year?
I do.
If you're going to submit a resource into the RAP that may be retired, is it correct that you have to mark it for retirement for when it would be retired?
It appears so, yes.
Does Northwestern intend to make any such filing related to Colstrip? It's ownership in Colstrip?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Let's go into, we can stop sharing that. For the Yellowstone County generation station. Can you confirm that litigation, and this was discussed earlier, so it shouldn't be disputable, but can you confirm that litigation related to the YCGS facilities updated air quality permit has delayed the project's timing?
That's my understanding.
And is the YCGS facility generating and providing full output to Northwestern Energy's customers currently?
Uh,
Is it capable of
it's
providing full output?
I don't know what quantity it's generating out, but it is in service.
Are all 18 turbine, does it have 18 rice reciprocating internal combustion units? 18 rice turbines?
So the plant does have 18 rice units. I'm not aware of the status of all 18 of those.
Okay. Are you aware whether or not they're all capable of delivering power?
I don't know.
So let's go into line loss. Is line loss a factor that you consider in um, evaluating calculating Northwestern's capacity need?
No,
Um, is line loss an important consideration for the utility in meeting its capacity needs?
no, I don't believe so.
How much a utility loses in megawatts on its transmission system and distribution system is not a relevant factor to meeting capacity needs?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Does Northwestern calculate line loss studies regularly?
I'm not aware of the frequency in which they're calculated.
Is there anyone here from Northwestern that would be aware?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you used to work on the transmission side with Northwestern?
I did.
What was your job title?
As a transmission planning engineer.
Who was your boss? Or who was your superior?
I had several. I think when I left, my acting boss was Craig Filius.
Did you work with Mike McGowan?
I did.
And is Mike McGowan the director of transmission and operations management? I can't remember the second part, but the director of transmission.
That sounds right.
And when you were on the transmission side, you're sitting here today telling me that you're unaware if Northwestern regularly conducts line loss studies?
That's correct. I'm not aware of the frequency in which line loss studies are conducted. That's not a regular study that I was ever a part of.
But they are conducted.
My understanding is they have been conducted.
So are you aware whether or not Mr. McGowan has submitted a transmission line loss study in the ongoing rate case?
Objection. Madam Chairman, we object to this line of questioning. That the party already moved in Mr. McGowan's line loss studies from another docket, and this is exactly why I objected. Mr. McGowan in here to testify about them, and Mr. Steitzer is not the witness for the line loss studies. So we object.
Again, I mean, the witness just testified that line loss studies are conducted by Northwestern. And it was submitted in a public docket with this commission, contemporaneously with this docket, this QF-1 docket. And it meets not only the public records exception, but also the business records exception. And I'm not trying to admit the studies. I'm just going to bring them up and ask him if he's aware of the conclusions made.
I'm going to sustain the objection on this one.
So if I'm correct, I guess the objection is that the exhibits from the other docket cannot be displayed.
The objection, the exhibits I understand are already in. The objection is asking Mr. Steitzer about Mr. McGowan's testimony. So this line of questioning, I believe, should end right now.
The chair concurs.
I thought the exhibits did not come in. Oh, they did. Well, now I'm confused.
So, data request QFI 83 was admitted.
That's
That is-
right. Okay, I apologize. So would you agree that that exhibit that was admitted, exhibit MSM1, showed a 3.9% distribution line loss?
Objection, this question is contrary to your ruling, Madam Chair.
I'm not asking for whether he can verify the study. I'm asking whether the figure in the admitted exhibit says what it says. I don't see why this is impermissible.
I'll await your ruling, Madam Chair.
I'm going to sustain the objection on the grounds that I feel we've already got into you're asking witnesses to testify about other witnesses' testimony, and I think you need to narrow your scope to the witnesses' testimony.
Okay, well, I think we've discussed that line loss is a relevant factor. Is that correct?
No, I stated I do not believe line loss is relevant for calculating a capacity position.
Okay. What would be why would a utility like Northwestern calculate line losses?
I don't know what the line loss context is. I don't know what it's used for.
All right. Madam Chair, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Commissioner questions? I have one. Mr. Chandler, could you be so kind as to bring up that RAP 105 document again? Would that be accessible? Thank you. What I wanted to go back and get some clarification on as I was quickly reading this, as it was brought up on the screen. Mr. Chandler had backed up to a point where it started out with eligibility. .1 resource eligibility. And then scrolling down to the table. Is it your impression that, let's go on down to the retirement question. The field that says retirement date, month and year, you were asked about this. And it says to provide the month and year for resources that have been either formally announced or marked for retirement. When you review that statement, does that require a facility to have been formally announced or marked for retirement? Or does it simply ask for the month and year of those resources that have been formally announced or marked for retirement?
Commissioner Fielder, I'm not certain I understand your question. Could
But what
you-
I'm getting at is, does this appear to be a requirement for eligibility? Or is this simply asking for information? If the information is available?
I agree, the latter description. My understanding of reading this, it is not a requirement.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let's go to commission staff for questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steitzer.
Good afternoon.
Can you pull up, I'm going to primarily be discussing two exhibits. One is exhibit MMS2, and the other is the exhibit provided in response to PSC 040A. Yeah, we want to share them, great. If not, as long as the witness has them, just let me know when you have both of those in.
What was the data request
It's
number?
PSC 040A,
0408
040A as in apple.
A. Okay.
It should be a Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, I'm here in the data response. Northwestern is pulling up the submitted Excel file.
We'll just wait until you have the Excel file in front of you. That's the,
We'll stand at recess and go off the record while the document is being pulled up. The time is 3:39. Please stand by.
lots of spreadsheets. It's usually about the time I'm there.
The time is 3:42, and we will now be back on the record to continue the evidentiary hearing. Mr. Pokel may continue his questioning of this witness.
Just one moment as I bring it up myself. My screen logged out
It's
during the,
It's on the big screen. If you want to tell me where you want to go, I'll try.
I'm A-okay. It's on my computer. I just need to log back in. Great. Let's start with exhibit MMS2 in the summer capacity tab.
I'm there.
And for what it's worth, this will be a comparison between both these two exhibits. On line 19, row F, the spreadsheet shows that summer 2023 capacity accreditation for Black Eagle is 15 megawatts, correct?
That's correct.
And the capacity accreditation is 15 megawatts for every period going forward in the spreadsheet for Black Eagle, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please refer to the PSC 040A, the exhibit provided with that, and turn to the tab ROR QCC?
I'm there.
And ROR stands for run of river, correct?
That's correct.
In row 2, would you agree that Black Eagle is not accredited 15 megawatts for capacity in every month during the summer?
I would agree.
Would you agree that Black Eagle's capacity accreditation is 15 megawatts in September, among a few other months, summer months?
I agree.
Okay. Going back to exhibit MMS2, let's go back to the summer capacity accreditation tab.
Okay.
On line 17 this time, row F, the spreadsheet shows that summer 2023 capacity accreditation for Holter is 30.7 megawatts, correct?
I agree.
And again, the capacity accreditation for Holter is 30.7 for every period going forward in the spreadsheet, correct?
That's correct.
Let's go back to PSC 040 and return to the tab labeled RORQCC. In row 4, would you agree that Holter has a capacity accreditation of 30.7 only in September?
I would agree that for row 5, but yes.
Correct. Thank you. If you could take the time for a second to compare all of the numbers in row M labeled September in PSC 040A with row F of the corresponding resource of MMS2. Would you agree that the numbers used in row F of MMS2 are simply the capacity accreditation in September?
Give me a minute.
Take your time.
That looks accurate to me.
And why did you or Northwestern, because I understand this might not have been your original exhibit, use September as the only month for summer capacity accreditation in MMS2?
Sure. It would be helpful if we showed it on the screen, or I guess unless you and I just want to talk about it. Okay. In MMS2, on tab 6. Okay. So Northwestern determines its long-term capacity position using, I guess, maybe 2 reference points. 1 reference point for the load, 1 reference point for the capacity the resource capacity accreditation. The PRM used for the load is determined based on the summer the summer load for each summer month plus the planning reserve margin. Whichever month in which the load plus PRM results in the highest, that's the month in which the seasonal PRM is used. So in MMS2 on tab 6, you'll see that July cell N10 is highlighted in blue. That is the largest magnitude of load plus PRM. Northwestern assumes because that has the largest load plus PRM, that is an appropriate PRM to use for the load. For the resources, you'll see that each row from 11 through 18 corresponds to the accredited capacity for each summer in the or for each month in the season. And you'll see on row 22, the sum of that accreditation for each month is shown. The lowest accredited month is what the accredited capacity is used for each resource. So in MMS2 on tab 6, cell P22, you'll see that that summation results in the lowest accreditation of Northwestern's portfolio. So for long-term planning, Northwestern assumes the highest load plus PRM and the lowest resource accreditation for its portfolio. This shows the largest potential gap between load and gen. And this is a conservative approach by Northwestern to estimate our long-term supply portfolio. This is a result of that choice, but in QF dockets, it shows the largest need. That methodology shows the largest capacity need. You could imagine you could go the other direction and choose the smallest magnitude of load plus PRM and the greatest magnitude of resource accreditation to close that gap. But Northwestern chooses the former explanation to show the greatest potential gap between load plus PRM and resource accreditation to be conservative in its long-term capacity forecast.
And just for clarity, thank you for pointing out that tab 6. The same would be true for then using February in the winter months?
That's correct. It's a little less obvious in the winter because February, the highest load plus PRM month is February. The lowest resource accreditation is also February, but the same methodology applies. The same methodology in that we choose the seasonal PRM based on the month in which the month in which results in the highest load plus PRM. We choose that PRM percentage and the lowest portfolio summation of accreditation.
And do you only use that methodology for capacity accreditation for planning, such as used in this document?
We use that methodology for, Northwestern uses that methodology for long-term planning, meaning winter and summer seasons out in the long term. The RAP forward showing program does use the specific PRM and the specific resource accreditation by month because the RAP forward showing is 7 to 12 months out.
Okay, so you're not using that capacity accreditation to value, say, new capacities, in this case, the capacity accreditation of new resources coming on the system for, say, payment and avoided costs, correct? That'd be a different capacity accreditation. This is for planning purposes, long-term planning purposes only. The way that you only use September as their capacity accreditation or February as their capacity accreditation in this exhibit.
Well, I guess I'm not sure that I understand your question. If we were to, I guess, submit a newly built resource, obviously we don't know what its performance is going to be. So we would probably pick a like technology and use that accreditation to represent the new resource. And that existing resource would be based on a particular month.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Just a few more questions. There was a line of questioning from Mr. Chandler about the PRM values used in MMS2. And I believe you stated that things might have changed since MMS2 was filed, correct?
That's correct.
Sitting here today, could you tell me the summer PRM that should be correct in that in MMS2?
Yes, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't have that number available.
And just to confirm, though, you suggested that those values should be used and be consistent with the RAP business manuals, generally speaking, correct?
Well, the RAP business practice manuals, they don't specify a planning reserve margin percentage, right? They're calculated periodically. And so it does change.
Then let me back up 1 second. How did you determine the 10.4% in the summer RAP capacity forecast as the PRM value?
Well, the methodology we talked about on tab 6, right? The 10.4 comes from that tab. So that would be the month of the month of July, right? So the load plus the 10.4% planning reserve margin percentage, that results in the highest load, which is shown in row 10. So Northwestern chooses 10.4% for its summer planning reserve margin in this exhibit, but the Western Resource Adequacy Program derived the monthly PRM percentages, and they do that periodically.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Would any of the parties like to recross-examine this witness on the cross?
Madam Chair, no, thank you.
No,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Northwestern, would you like to redirect?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Steitzer, could you turn to your exhibit MMS2, and I have that up on the screen for everyone's reference?
Okay, I'm there.
Do you refer to row 9, the peak load forecast?
I'm there.
And it doesn't, we can use winter. It doesn't matter winter or summer, but where do these numbers for each year, 2023, 2024, where do they come from for this peak load forecast?
Like, where do they come from in the spreadsheet?
Well, you can start there if you want.
Okay.
Have you just walk us through how you get these numbers?
So the peak load forecast in row 9 is referenced back to tab 8, the
Okay.
peak load forecast sheet.
Okay, I've got the peak load forecast.
Okay. So you'll see that the blue highlighted cells in B11 and B12 are the RAP winter and RAP summer load with PRM. Those initial starting values, I believe, are derived on tab 4, but before you go there, that as a starting value, the load research department at Northwestern derives the load forecast here on rows 6 and 7, and the change year over year of those seasonal load forecast is applied in this exhibit to the previous year's value So starting in B11 or B12 based on, depending on which season. And it's propagated forward through the planning horizon window. And you'll see on rows 8 and 9, the year over year change varies.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to data request 76E. It's
QFI.
QFI 76E. Mr. Chandler had asked you about this. Is this the data request where the QF interveners asked for all RAP communications to Northwestern?
That's correct.
And did he ask you about a specific email from SPP or the Southwest Power Pool?
Yes, we were discussing that email.
Does SPP administer RAP?
It does.
Does Northwestern South Dakota Utility operate in the SPP?
It does.
So does Northwestern South Dakota Utility receive emails from SPP?
It does.
Is it possible that that email was inadvertently included in this case?
It's very possible, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steiker. I temporarily excuse this witness.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill, would you like to proceed with your case in chief?
I would like to call Miss Megan Olson, and while she makes her way up here, counsel for the QF interveners has informed me that he would not be needing to ask questions of Mr. Michelotti. So could Mr. Michelotti be excused from the hearing?
Mr. Brown, do you have any objections to that?
No objection.
All right, with no objections and no commission questions, Mr. Michelotti is excused.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, may I proceed with this witness?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name.
My name is Megan Olson, Megan, M-E-G-A-N, Olson, O-L-S-O-N.
What is your business address? Make sure you hit the button on the microphone and you can just hit it once and the light will light up. Is it lit? So who is your employer?
My employer is Northwestern Energy.
And what is your role with Northwestern?
My role is energy supply analyst in our long-term planning group.
Did you submit pre-filed testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have in front of you today the direct testimony you filed in August of 2023?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any corrections to that direct testimony?
Yes, I do. I have on page MMO-2, line 17, replaced Stephen Schmidt's exhibit SIS-1 with Damon Pellicori's exhibit DAP-3. On page MMO-4, lines 4 and 5, replace Stephen Schmidt's exhibit SIS-4 with Arnie Olson's exhibit AO-5.
Do you also have in front of you today your rebuttal testimony filed in March of 2024?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do. Page MMO-3, there will be 5 corrections from that page. Line 6, replace Stephen Schmidt's exhibit SIS-3 with Matthew Steitzer's exhibit MMS-1. Line 8, replace Mr. Schmidt's exhibit SIS-3 with Mr. Steitzer's exhibit MMS-1. Lines 12, 13, replace Mr. Schmidt with Mr. Steitzer. Lines 13, 14, replace Exhibit SIS-3 with Exhibit MMS-1. Line 16, replace Exhibit SIS-3 with Exhibit MMS-1.
If I were to ask you the same questions under oath today about your testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I tender this witness for cross-examination. Madam Chair, I move that Ms. Olson's direct testimony be moved into evidence as Exhibit NWE 7 and that her rebuttal testimony be moved into evidence as Exhibit NWE 8.
So to help me understand, you want to move the NW7 be admitted? And what did you want to do with NWE8?
I move that it be admitted into evidence.
Okay, thank you. Any objections?
No objections.
No objection.
Okay, NWE7 and NWE8 are admitted. Yes, I'll take appearance of counsel for QF intervener.
My name is Taylor Simpson, and I'm here on behalf of QF interveners.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Okay. Now the parties may go ahead and cross-examine the witness. I assume Mr. Simpson, that's you?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Ms. Olson. Thank you for being here today. I think I can keep this pretty short. First of all, what is your role at Northwestern Energy?
My role is Energy Supply Planning Analyst.
And are you familiar with the applicable RAP methodology requirements for how season-specific RAP capacity accreditation is calculated for run-of-the-river hydro projects?
Yes, generally.
And are you familiar with the RAP tariff as well as the RAP Business Practice Manual 105?
Generally, yes.
We're going to pull up the RAP tariff, and I'm going to have you read a very brief section. All right. Can you see section 16.2.5.6?
Yes.
Could you please read that into the record?
For run-of-river qualifying resources, WPP will determine QCC based on the monthly average performance of such resource during capacity critical hours as further specified in the business practice manuals.
Thank you. We're now going to pull up the RAP Business Practice Manual 105. Page. All right, so up on the screen, there's section 4.7.2, Run of the River Hydro. Could you please read that first sentence?
Yeah. ROR hydro resources will have their QCC determined on the historical performance of the resources during the CCH over the most recent 10-year period. The data provided by the participant in the Advanced Assessment Data Submittal CBPM 101 Advanced Assessment will be used for the determination of QCC. QCC means qualifying capacity contributions. CCC is capacity critical hours.
Awesome, thank you. So those sections from the RAP tariff and Business Practice Manual 105 that's the RAP methodology for calculating season-specific RAP capacity accreditation for run-of-the-river hydro, correct?
Yes.
Yes or no, do those sections that were just read into the record mention using a minimum resource capacity month in calculating capacity accreditation?
It does not reference capacity accreditations
Just
whatsoever.
yes or no, please.
No,
Instead, those sections talk about using a monthly average performance based on the most recent 10-year period, correct?
yes.
And so in your data response to QFI 078D,
Okay, I see it.
so in your response to that, you state that Northwestern has based hydro qualified capacity contributions and therefore capacity accreditation on average September values for the summer season because September is allegedly Northwestern's minimum resource capacity month, correct?
No, I disagree with your statement. Your question said QCCs, therefore capacity accreditations. Those are two very distinctly different things.
Right, but the QCC is used in calculating capacity accreditation.
Correct, QCC is used, but I still disagree with the words capacity accreditation used in your first statement. This doesn't include that in the question. This specifically says, please confirm that Northwestern-based hydro QCC values in Exhibit MMO2 on the September QCC value for the summer season because it is allegedly Northwestern's minimum resource capacity month. I do agree with that statement, not the addition of the other words.
Okay. So then is it fair to say that the minimum resource capacity month is a Northwestern created concept?
No,
But you just stated that's not part of the applicable RAP methodology.
but RAP does provide those months.
Could you please point to that? Where RAP points to those months, as you said?
I would say it's on tab 6 of Mr. Steitzer's exhibit.
But where's that come from in the RAP documentation?
I would say all of our MMM6 or MMS2 tab 6 is a summation of all of the values in that in our portfolio, and those are QCC values that we sum up.
All right, thank you. I think I just have one final question. Do you understand Northwestern Energy's peak load forecast?
I'm not part of the load forecasting group. I understand it in that I understand the idea of it, but I'm not intimately involved in any way with it.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, any questions from commissioners for this witness?
No, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, no commissioner questions, commission staff? No questions from commission staff? So there would be no recross, so redirect.
Just one question, Madam Chair. Ms. Olson is using a minimum resource capacity month beneficial to QFs?
Generally, yes, because as Mr. Steitzer explained in his testimony, it allows the greatest difference. It's a conservative planning approach. So it allows the greatest different capacity deficit when we determine capacity payments.
And the capacity deficit benefits the QF because it shows need, correct?
It would show need, and with that need, they would receive whatever the capacity payment is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olson. You are temporarily excused. Ms. Hill, would you like to proceed with your case in chief?
Yes, Madam Chair, Northwestern has one final witness, Ms. Autumn Muller.
Okay. Ms. Mueller, you were here to be sworn in this morning, right?
I was.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mueller. Could you state your name and please spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Autumn Muller, Mueller.
What is your business address?
11 East Park Street, Butte, Montana, 59701,
Who is your employer?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your role with Northwestern?
I'm the manager of generation and transmission interconnection.
Did you submit pre-filed testimony in this docket?
I did.
Do you have in front of you today your direct testimony filed on August 24th, 2023?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do. Page AMM2, line 17, change Stephen I. Schmidt to Arnie Olson. And then page AMM3, line 15, also change Stephen I. Schmidt to Arnie Olson.
Do you have in front of you today your rebuttal testimony filed in this docket on March 28th, 2024?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to that rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions here today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Related to my testimony, yes.
Do you have any corrections to any of your data requests that you answered?
I do. In reviewing the data requests just this morning, I noticed this. QFI 005B. So initially, my response was to this question was that we have only one project in our generator interconnection queue under 3 megawatts that could potentially be a QF. In reviewing that today, I actually recognized that that project 443 is a Northwestern Energy project, so it would not be eligible to be a QF. So to correct that, my statement would be no projects in the queue, or that we have no projects in the queue under 3 megawatts currently that could potentially be a QF.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move that Ms. Muller's direct testimony be admitted as Exhibit NWE 9.
No objections, Madam Chair.
No objection.
NWE 9 is admitted.
And I move that Ms. Muller's rebuttal testimony be admitted as Exhibit NWE 10.
No objection.
Are there any objections?
To move in the
To move in Ms.
testimonies in the.
NWE 10.
Is that her rebuttal?
Yes.
Correct.
No objections.
Thank you. NWE 10 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Case, your witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Ms. Miller.
And be sure to please speak up or pull the mic closer. Thank you.
I struggle with this one, sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. We're gonna try this one again. Apologies, Ms. Miller. I'm pulling up a spreadsheet here, so give me just 1 second. Okay, Ms. Muller. Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Not really.
Okay, sorry. How about now?
That's better. Yeah,
Okay. Do you recognize the spreadsheet that I pulled up?
I do. Yes.
Okay, and it's called the Available System Impact and Facility Transmission Studies.
Correct.
Is this available on Northwestern's Oasis site?
It is.
Okay. So I have a project highlighted here. I think it's the one in, sorry, the one in orange. And so that, if we're looking at the tab or the row, I guess it's 120. You see that row?
Legs in the way.
Oh, the flag's probably in your way. Sorry.
The orange one. It's
But the orange,
one.
we're looking at the
Yeah.
orange row.
Yeah, I can see the orange line.
Okay. And so I'm looking at a Q date of 8/2/2019. Does that sound right?
If that's what it says.
Can you see this like at all? Sorry,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't-
trying to move further over into the
The
numbers.
Q date for the, okay, yeah, 8/2 of 2019 for that request. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And if we're moving further down that row, do you see? Sorry, I can wait for,
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's better. Thank you.
okay. So if we're moving further down that row, over to column L, do you see where it says upgrade Anaconda City number 2, 100 kV line, etc.?
I do.
Okay. And that column is estimated cost. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what's the estimated cost for that orange upgrades?
71,870,000.
Okay. So about 72 million.
Yes.
Okay. And so when it's talking about those upgrades, there's a couple mentions of the Anaconda City lines. We're still looking at that same box.
Okay.
Are we mentioning Anaconda City lines?
Yeah, that's what it says. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then further down, it says Southwest Montana Initiative bank upgrades at Mill Creek and South Butte.
Okay.
Does it say that?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the Dave Gates generating station is located?
I am.
And is it generally located in the Anaconda Mill Creek area?
Yes.
Okay. And so this spreadsheet, which shows transmission studies, shows that there would be some, I'll back up a little bit. On that same orange row that we've been discussing, how big is this project or the requested capacity under column H?
59 megawatts.
Okay. And this transmission study was issued in January 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so if Northwestern were to pursue this aero expansion at Dave Gates and to submit a transmission service request for Dave Gates sometime in the future, hypothetically, would this transmission service request be junior in the queue to this project 120?
No, this project is not in our queue. The study was done, but this never moved forward. So, no.
I guess where does it indicate that?
It doesn't. This is just available studies that we have performed for transmission service. It does not indicate that they moved forward with upgrades, nor what the status is in the queue. Customers can look to our Oasis to see what the status is, but this project or this request has withdrawn.
Okay. But is it safe to say that if another project came into that area with a close to 50 megawatt transmission capacity request, those same costs would be triggered?
If you look at the point of receipt and point of delivery, this isn't this is a request to serve a load. So this isn't a generator trying to export generation out onto the grid, like what would happen if we were to designate the generation from Dave Gates to serve. It'd be generation. This is to serve load. So they're opposite directions. So no, they wouldn't have the same results. We actually, and let me see, we did have a request at one point, and I don't know if our planning group has actually looked at, should the additional 63 megawatts at Dave Gates for transmission service associated with that, if that request were to be made, if additional upgrades would be necessary. And the last time that we looked at this, and since then we haven't had any changes to our system that would change those results. But we did an NRIS study for interconnection of Dave Gates for the full 213 megawatts. And so the upgrades were made at the facility for the full 213. And if a transmission service request was made to partner with that for the additional 63 megawatts, that there would be no additional upgrades necessary. So the last study work, the last look we took at this, that was the answer in our study.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I think I understand your answer, but just to clarify, the upgrades that are listed for this project 120 are local upgrades, is that correct?
It looks like some of them, yes.
Okay. Which ones would you not consider local upgrades? So we have the Anaconda, or sorry, I'll stop asking
It's
questions and
okay,
let you answer the first one.
I mean, I think anything that's specific to the Anaconda City 2 and Anaconda City 1 are being made right locally in the Anaconda area. And then overall, the Southwest Montana Initiative, I think, is larger scale.
What about the bank upgrades at Mill Creek and South Butte?
I guess it depends on how you define local. I mean, the request was from Brady, which is not on our system, to Northwestern Montana. So they're in a more localized area. So if that's what the question is, then yes, they're in the Anaconda area.
Okay. So I think you mentioned earlier that this would be this is a request to send generation directly to a load, correct?
Yeah, so if you look at the point of receipt and point of delivery for this request, the point of receipt, which is where the power is coming onto our system, is at Brady, and then delivering to Northwest Montana system. So coming into our system.
But the power would still be delivered to Northwestern system, is that correct?
Yeah, and I apologize because this is just Oasis reference numbers and I don't have like the customer name, but I believe that this was for a specific load customer looking to serve a specific load from Brady, and the delivery was to a certain load. So it was the point of receipt directly to that load.
But that load receipt would still be on Northwestern system, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So in general, you are Northwestern's witness for transmission today, right?
Well, I handle generator interconnection. I don't do transmission service quite as much, but high level, yes.
Okay. When it comes to interconnection upgrades and timing, could you confirm that a 36-month lead time is typical for procuring interconnection equipment, especially bigger pieces of equipment such as transformers?
I think that it varies just depending on the size of the equipment. Larger equipment does tend to take a lot longer, I would agree.
So on those larger scale equipment, has Northwestern experienced a lead time of sometimes up to 36 months?
We have, like, specifically higher voltage equipment, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm turning to your rebuttal testimony here. And I'm looking at AMM 4.
Okay.
Okay. And you are urging the PSC to not order the same proportionality method that was ordered in the Wheatland docket in this case, or yes, you're asking them to not order it for this case. Is that correct?
Yes, specifically because of FERC Order 2023, we are having a complete overhaul to our generator interconnection procedures across the board for all customers. We submitted a filing to FERC to comply with FERC Order 2023, and there is an allocation component to that order. So, upon acceptance from FERC, we're going to have to look at the allocation requirements for all of our interconnection queue, not just QFs. And so our recommendation here is to wait and try to line that up so that we can have a fully thought out allocation process for all types of customers, because they are all in the same queue. And so our proposal right now is to wait. Also, in our interconnection queue, we don't have any projects requesting interconnection that would be considered a QF-1. I thought we had one, but I corrected that today. And we can't accept new interconnection requests until February 1st of 2026 because of our transition to this new FERC order. So with the time that we have to transition to this new process, our recommendation is that we work through the FERC process and then come back to this commission with the QF interconnection process and line that all up or handle that all there.
So I guess I have a few follow-up questions on that one. So your testimony today is that you're asking the commission to hold off on a proportionality method?
Well, I think the way that I phrased it, it's on AMM 6. For network upgrades, this is what we are proposing, or what I proposed in my testimony. Any seller must pay for network upgrade costs, including both generator interconnection and transmission service. And transmission service in full or according to any proportionality methods established by the commission that is applicable to all qualifying facilities. Seller represents and warrants that seller will not seek reimbursement from Northwestern or transmission provider for network upgrades.
Yeah. So I see that language. I think you're looking at AMM 5, right?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there is currently no proportionality method established by this commission that is applicable to all QF facilities?
I do.
So the language that it's in a slightly different color, so I think it was meant to be the insertion.
Right.
So would you agree with me that that part in full or according to any proportionality method established by the commission that is applicable to all qualifying facilities is inapplicable right now?
It is.
Okay. So if it's inapplicable, the remaining language that Northwestern is suggesting that would go in the tariff simply says any seller must pay for network upgrade costs, including both generator interconnection and transmission service costs in full.
Correct. However, we do not have any interconnection requests currently in our queue. So by the time this actually became something that was applicable, we will be submitting our interconnection filing with the intent of working through that. So before this actually does apply to a generator interconnection customer, there would be a proportionality method established.
And you're talking about a proportionality method established through the PSC approving a docket for QF interconnection procedures, correct?
Yes.
Has Northwestern already filed a previous docket and it was withdrawn for that process?
We submitted a filing for interconnection. We then received, or under the Wheatland docket, the Supreme Court came out with an order for allocation. So because we were working through that, we withdrew our interconnection filing, worked through how to handle the allocation under the Wheatland docket. And then we still have not yet refiled that interconnection docket because we also received the order from FERC to go to order 2023. So until we have that process all fully vetted out, we wanted to make sure that, when we come to this commission with procedures, that we have all of the information included and our Q reform also included in that.
But if the commission, so let's just go through a quick timeline here. This is Northwestern's QF-1 application, right?
Correct.
And it was filed in 2023. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure what day it was filed. I apologize.
Okay. Subject to check. Does it sound about right that Northwestern originally filed this in August of 2023?
Probably that.
Okay. And so, and the date is currently October 28th, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. So if the commission, at the conclusion of this hearing, if the commission is going to take, briefing and time to consider and enter a final order, we probably are still not going to have a finalized QF-1 tariff, at least for another month or two, correct? Or would you expect?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. And Northwestern, in order to change the applicable QF-1 tariff, would have to file another QF-1 application to change the tariff. Is that correct?
That I don't know. If we file an interconnection, if we submit an interconnection filing, I don't know if a QF-1 filing has to be done after that, or if that is just included in what we, do in our interconnection filing. I guess I'm not certain how that would
That's
work.
fair. That's fair. I guess my next question is that because you mentioned the FERC order 2023 and the filing that Northwestern has made with FERC, has FERC approved that filing?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Do you have any idea of when you would anticipate FERC acting on that?
No, we're expecting an order any day. Typically it's 60 days after we submit a filing. Our filing was submitted May 10th and we were expecting it back by July 10th, but all of the utilities had to submit a compliance filing, not just Northwestern. So there is a log of, all the different filings that are being reviewed. But we expect our filing to come back any day.
Okay. And I think you have in your testimony, your rebuttal testimony, that these procedures would be laid out in Northwestern's OATT attachment N, as in Nancy, small generator interconnection procedures, and attachment M, as in Mary. I didn't think too hard for that one. Large generator interconnection procedures. Is that correct?
Yes,
And those are on file with FERC?
they are.
And this is probably a long shot, but do you know if the commission has taken administrative notice of attachment N in this case today?
I don't.
That's fair. Anyway. Okay, I have one more area to ask about. And that's the network upgrades refund. So I'm looking at your rebuttal testimony beginning on page AMM2. And I believe beginning on line 19, you describe how non-QF projects receive refunds for network upgrade costs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you draw a distinction between QFs and non-QFs in that non-QFs pay for the cost of network upgrades upfront, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And for transmission service, these non-QF facilities are credited back for payment for the network upgrades that they funded as they use Northwestern's transmission service, correct?
correct.
Okay. And these non-QF facilities are transmission customers of Northwestern's transmission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when Northwestern builds its own generation asset, that plant will presumably be a network resource to serve Northwestern's native load customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if Northwestern builds its own generation resource, who ultimately pays for the network upgrade costs associated with that generation?
I believe they would be rolled into rates. So our ratepayers.
Your ratepayers would pay for the costs, network upgrade costs associated with that generation.
Correct.
Okay. So I believe that I'm looking further on in that paragraph, so it's moving on to AMM3. You discussed that QF projects do not pay for transmission service, so there is no funding mechanism for the repayment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When Northwestern builds its own generation, is there a funding mechanism for the repayment beyond what we just discussed, which is it's passed on to ratepayers?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Ms. Miller. Just a quick follow-up on what we were discussing on the transmission studies. Do you still have that spreadsheet pulled up?
No.
Okay, sorry. I can share it really quick. And just for reference, we were looking at project 120.
Okay.
Okay. And I believe we discussed, but can you just confirm that the report on this one was issued January 15th, 2020?
That's what it says.
Okay. And do you have any reason to doubt when that one came out?
No.
Okay. And then you were also discussing the interconnection study that Northwestern performed at, well, for the hypothetical build out at Dave Gates. Do you remember discussing that?
Yes.
And do you remember when that analysis was done?
I don't. Yeah, I'm not certain.
Okay. Um, Apologies, Ms. Miller. So I realize you said you can't remember, but does it, ring a bell, or would it sound familiar that that interconnection study would have been done around the time that the Dave Gates generating station actually went into operation? So around 2009?
No, I mean, we did study it then, because it was studied as an NRIS and it was designated, but, and I apologize, I don't know if it was in an optional study or, but it was, I mean, we've talked about it at these proceedings, in previous dockets. So it was, I would say maybe in the last 5 years, but I don't have an exact date. I apologize.
Okay, okay, understood.
Ms. Mueller, can you be sure to speak up? for
Yes,
us?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. I don't have an exact date. Sorry.
So, Ms. Mueller, you are Northwestern Supervisor of Generation and Transmission Interconnection in the transmission side of the utility, correct?
I am.
Okay. And as far as you know, does the transmission side of the utility regularly conduct line loss studies?
I understand that they do. Yes.
Okay. Do you know about how often?
I don't.
Are you familiar with Mr. Michael McGowan?
Yes, he's my boss.
Okay. And are you aware that he filed a line loss study within the current Northwestern rate case?
I know he's filed different things. I haven't reviewed any of what he did. And honestly, until today, I didn't know much about even just your line of questioning about the line loss piece.
Okay. So you did mention that Mike McGowan is your boss, right?
Yes.
So, and I realize you said you have not reviewed what he submitted, but do you have any reason to doubt what he would have submitted from the
Objection.
transmission department?
Objection. She already stated that she wasn't aware of the specifics of Mr. McGowan's testimony until she heard testimony today, I believe.
And I understand that, Madam Chair. My question was, do you have any reason to doubt what her superior entered on behalf of the company in the rate case?
I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay. You may answer the question, please.
No, I wouldn't have any reason to doubt what he submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking through my notes really quick, but I think I'm done. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioners? Seeing no questions from commissioners, commission staff, Mr. Pokel.
Ms. Mueller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a few questions. Well, about the timeline as well. I just want to make sure that we have the timeline straight. You mentioned that Northwestern is not accommodating any new interconnection requests until approximately February 2026, correct?
Correct.
However, you're expecting to receive FERC potential approval of your compliance filing for FERC Order 2023 very soon.
Correct.
What's causing the time lag between the FERC approval and being able to accommodate new interconnection requests?
So we had an active queue when we submitted our filing. And so under the FERC Order 2023, there's a transitional process where everybody who was in our existing serial queue, we basically have to complete all of their study work and get their agreements in place so that when we start our first cluster study, that everybody's through the queue. So we start with no projects in our study queue, and then our first cluster is just that we take off with whoever applies at that time. So we have to go through a transitional window to get our projects that are in the queue right now through the full process before we start the new cluster.
And would QF1s have to go through the study process, or would they still be able to be, I believe, fast-tracked through, there's a separate process from my understanding, during this kind of intermediate period?
Potentially, they could be, there's language in the previous and in the new FERC rules that allow projects to go through the fast track process. Small projects can submit interconnection requests, and there's a number of steps. Well, first of all, depending on the size and then the voltage that they're interconnecting to, whether or not they can apply. And then if they can, they go through a number of screens. One of the screens is that they cause no upgrades on our system. So as long as they cause no upgrades on our system, then they would pass the screens, they'd get an interconnection agreement, and they'd be able to move forward. If they fail the screens, there are a couple of different options that we could potentially, if it's very minimal upgrades, we could possibly be able to identify what those upgrades are, move them forward, and get an interconnection agreement with those. So there is a possibility that some could fall in that category. We don't currently have any in our queue. So in that case, to kind of further that, if a customer submitted an interconnection request and they were a QF1 and we identified that they could move forward, it's because they didn't have network upgrades on our system. So this network upgrade question would not be applicable.
And in that scenario, you're imagining, or you're proposing that that in the tariff, we do network upgrade, the allocation of network upgrade costs using whatever's approved in the FERC order 2023 compliance filing, correct?
No, there would be no upgrades to allocate.
Thank you. That is actually helpful. The final thing, I just wanted to discuss refunds for network upgrades that you discussed on page 2 and 3 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
On page 2 and 3, you state that QF projects do not pay for transmission service, so there's no funding mechanism for repayment, correct?
Correct.
As part of those transmission services, do the transmission costs are part of the network upgrade costs rolled into the transmission rates? Or all of the transmission customers?
So you're saying if we had upgrades on our system and there was no reimbursement, maybe clarify your question. Sorry.
When a non-QF generator seeks interconnection and seeks to be a transmission customer, how does Northwestern allocate those costs in particular?
So the costs,
network upgrade costs, yeah.
Both sides would go into rates. So the cost of the upgrades, like the refund, and then also the payment that the customer made to us would go into rates. So both pieces would be included in our rate calculation. So we would receive revenue for transmission service, which would be included in our rates. And the repayment would also be included in our rates. So both sides.
Is any part of the network upgrades included in the rates for transmission service that you're receiving from those non-QF generators?
Say that again.
Are any of the network upgrade costs included in the rates the tariff rates that you charge on the OAT for transmission service?
So you're talking generator interconnection upgrades. So we make $2 million of network upgrades on behalf of a generator. We then would reimburse them once they start taking transmission service from us on a dollar for dollar basis based on that transmission service. So yes, we would receive revenues from them and both pieces would be included in the rates.
Okay. And turning
Am I
back to the,
answering that correctly, or am I fully answering that?
I'm understanding.
Okay, all
I'm
right,
understanding where
thank
you're
you.
coming from. And going back to the funding mechanism for repayment for QFs, you said there's no funding mechanism for repayment. Since there is no funding mechanism for repayment, is there any incentive for a QF to make economically efficient siting decisions?
QFs have to provide security upfront for whatever those upgrades are, but they would be reimbursed for that. So they could cite them anywhere. It wouldn't matter as long as they were willing to fund the upgrades up front, but they do get that reimbursement. So, you know, if they select a location that's not a good location on our system versus a better location on our system, you know, they definitely have more, or I guess less incentive to pick a lower cost location because they aren't ultimately responsible for those upgrades.
No further questions. Thanks.
Okay, is there any recross?
Yes, Madam Chair, really quick. Ms. Muller, you were discussing the fast track process with Mr. Polko. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you used the phrase something like a project could request it. But my question for you is, have any projects requested and gone through the fast track process with Northwestern's transmission department?
There have been a few, yes.
How many?
I don't know. I'd have to look in our queue. It's publicly available. I mean, we could look, but I don't have that number.
So when you say a few, can you give me a range of how many you're talking about?
A handful. I don't know, maybe under 10. I don't know.
Have there been any recent requests and successful fast track processes for the interconnection process?
I believe we have one in our queue now. Probably the same project, the 443, and then we've had two other ones, I believe, kind of recently that have been through that process. I'd have to pull up the.
Is 443 the one that you were referring to earlier? That's not a QF.
Yes. Okay. You just asked about fast tracks.
Sure.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I'm just but
Okay.
I'm just clarifying.
Okay.
And then I think my final question for you is, Mr. Polko was asking you about the FERC Order 2023 methodology. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe with me, you clarified this, but Northwestern's request today to the commission is not to order what is in Northwestern's compliance filing. Your request today is found at AMM 5 of your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct? And honestly, this is a question. I thought we clarified that this is Northwestern's ask today, but if it's not, I need to know that.
No, I believe that it is our ask, but we also are explaining that the proportionality method established by the commission would be potentially established at a future date under the interconnection procedures or under the interconnection filing that we submit.
Understood. Okay. I think we did clarify that.
Is that
I
it?
have no more questions.
Okay, redirect.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Mueller, do all network upgrades create new transmission capacity?
No, they don't.
I have no further questions. I have no further witnesses, and Northwestern's case is complete.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hill. Is there any reason why these witnesses need to remain on temporary excusal, or should we permanently excuse them?
I move that you permanently excuse all of North.
Any objections?
No objection.
No
Okay.
objection.
All right, good. Hearing none, the witnesses are permanently excused and they can plan their time accordingly. All right. With Northwestern's case in chief being concluded, QF intervener's case in chief will proceed next, and we will take that up tomorrow morning. So, for today, we will go ahead and recess for the day. For the record, the time is 4:58 p.m. And we will be back on the hearing tomorrow morning, October 29th, 30th, October 30th. We will be back on the record at 9 a.m. Now we are off the record and in recess. Thank you.